Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. Views and events expressed here totally whack, not necessarily a views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? ¿Sí o no? How y'all feel? How y'all feel? How y'all feel? We're back. Almost didn't do the show today, ain't gonna lie. I'm here. Drama. That's the name of the show. So it says Trump drama, Africa drama, and more. So drama on top of drama on top of drama. That's what we got for y'all today. Lots and lots of drama. I don't know. It's a crazy world we live in. Where do we begin? That's the question. Let's start off with this drama in New York. Yeah, so so New York Union Square turned into a whole mess behind like a social media influencer. You know, the power of a Twitch streamer. Giveaway draws chaotic crowds in Union Square August 4th. Yeah, it says social media influence Kai Kennett is charged with inciting a riot and unlawful assemble. Social media influencer Kaya Kennett is charged with inciting a riot and unlawful assembly after thousands of strong crowds gathered in Union Square in New York City for a giveaway, leaving dozens of people arrested and several police officers injured. Kennett, who has millions of online followers, had said during a Twitch stream that he would be hosting a huge giveaway that included PlayStations, computers, webcams, gift cards, and other items.
This is the New York City.
I don't want to play that because it has that sound in it that may give me a ding. So it says giveaway draws chaotic crowds. Really turned into a mess. I'm sure he didn't intend on it being a mess like that, but you got to be careful. These kids, how do I reach these kids? You know, I don't know. They're bored. They need something to do. They want a free PlayStation or whatever. Like, I don't know. Even when I was a teenager, I couldn't see myself going out there in that crowd like that. I wouldn't have felt safe. And whenever someone says something about giving something away for free, I'm not interested, you know? I'm not interested in free shit because there ain't no such thing. There's always a cost associated with it. It may not be clear and apparent up front, but there's always a cost. You got to pay. You owe, Pookie. You have to pay the piper. The piper will be paid. Let's read a couple comments. CNN posted this. Couple comments. It says, no need to arrest him. Trump wasn't arrested for an insurrection, which was rooted in hatred. Let him do his thing. I don't know. I don't think you can just let people, you know, even if it wasn't his intention, you know, you have to be more careful, you know, and if as a result of the things that you do, it causes, you know, destruction, people getting hurt, then, you know, you got to be held accountable for that. That's how I feel. Another comment, it says, shaking my head, this new generation is weird as fuck. I agree, man. Like I say, man, these kids freaking looking at the internet, they think they can get stuff for free or stuff easy or whatever. They can get rich overnight. They think they don't have to work. They don't think they have to put in any effort or grind to make things happen. They think things are going to fall in their lap. And like, look how many people, you know, thought something was going to fall in their lap here. I don't know. Maybe some of them had fun. You know, it's definitely going to be a memory. You know, so they're going to be like, I was there. The Union Square thing. Yeah, I was there. You know, take some pictures, social media clout. I guess that's what it's all about. Another comment says, Trump did the same shit and they didn't attack the Capitol building. Can y'all hear me? Another comment says, I'm trying my best not to hate on what kids are into these days, but I'm telling you. Another comment says, wait, he said he was doing a giveaway and he gets taken into custody, but Trump told people to go to the United States Capitol where people were hurt and killed. There's a huge difference in situation. That's like the Beatles showing up on a Michael Jackson showing up, and yet you guys did nothing about those riots. Y'all funny as fuck. It's funny how it keeps coming back to Trump. All roads lead back to Trump. Another comment, it says, if he promised these rioters could get control of government instead of PS5s, he wouldn't have been taken into custody. They keep comparing him to Trump. Another comment, it says, my God, majority of them are men. It's like, imagine if they put this much love and effort into their relationships as they do over PS5s. Like, what the F? Somebody is bitter here. You've had some painful relationships, maybe? Excuse to hate on men. I agree, it does look like it's mostly dudes, but I mean, dudes are the ones who play games mostly, you know, so, I mean, it just makes sense. It's not they were, anyways, let me move on to another comment that says, that's what happens when you give stage to this bunch of stupid people. You know, our celebrities, the people who we look up to, I think that's another part of this, you know, being that what we're talking about, the kids, you know, acting crazy, but the people they look up to are Twitch streamers, you know, they're TikTok stars, like, you know, people who do the, have y'all seen the NPC people? They're like, ice cream, yum, 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 yum. Thank you. Chicken, yum, 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 yum. Thank you. No. It's kind of funny or whatever. I could see how it could be entertaining for like 5 minutes or so, but You know, people are watching these live streams and they're giving these people money. These people are getting rich off of it. This is the world we live in now. Like, you can just act like an NPC on a screen and, you know, and make money. Like, another comment that says, question, why are these charges so easily executed, but for a previous president it took years? Keeps coming back to Trump. Another one that says, I hope he's arrested and charged. How stupid you got to be to do something like this. How many lives were interrupted because of this? How many emergencies turned into tragedy? Another comment that says, social media has destroyed humanity. Oh my God. Pandora's box, if you will. Like, there's no going back, bro. Like, we've opened up a portal, bro. And all the kids are falling into it. It's not even funny, man. Like, TikTok, I hate TikTok. It's the freaking devil, man. But, you know, what they tell me is, like, Instagram is just 3-week-old TikToks. And I don't think that that's not true. So, like, it doesn't really matter. Me hating TikTok, I might as well say the same for Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, you name it, Instagram. It's all becoming the same. The kids are the ones who they're the ones who control how these things, you know, what they turn into, because what they give their eyes to or whatever is what gets influenced and what blows up, you know. It's like, I realized back in the days when I used to do music, is that the kids are the ones who guide what music ends up being popular or whatever. A successful artist is completely determined by them, and they don't even know how much power they have. But older people aren't the ones who's buying albums or whatever, you know, who's downloading and streaming all of this music. It's the younger generation who does. So, you know, what they like is what blows up, you know. It just is what it is. Same thing with the social media. Like, older people, we're on the internet or whatever, but not like them. They're on there all day. Another comment that says, poor guy, I bet he didn't mean to incite a riot. I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose. Another comment that says, seems unfair to charge Kai for the actions of those who showed up. They were just trying to give back to the community. What did he give away? Did he give away anything? Like, and you have to be careful, man. You can't just, I guess he didn't know how powerful he was.
News this afternoon in Manhattan, the NYPD responding to a massive out-of-control crowd gathering right now in Union Square Park. You see it right there. This is where a social media influencer told his followers that he's giving away PlayStations. Newscopper 7 and Shannon Stone live over that scene with the breaking details. Shannon?
Yeah, and we have been watching this crowd for the better part of a half an hour now. It is Kai Cenat, who is a Twitch streamer, that announced yesterday on Twitch that he was going to come to Union Square at 4 o'clock this afternoon to give away free PlayStations. And the scene that you're seeing right now is what we have been seeing develop over and over again. From what we understand, he has some 20 million followers across his social media platforms, and it literally appears like all of them have come out to Union Square Park to take part in this and see if they can get themselves a free PlayStation. In actuality, there's several thousand people here, but there's several thousand people strong. And when we first got on the scene, there were maybe 30 police officers here. So we're going to bring you down to 14th Street. This is all happening on the south side of Union Square Park. And you can see police have made a barricade across 14th Street, essentially shutting down traffic to keep people safe, because people have been throwing things at each other as well as at police in the street. So this has become a very dangerous situation. And as we show you what it looks like inside Union Square Park, you see all that looks like debris on the ground. There was construction happening near the 14th Street station here, and there was paint cans as well as buckets, all sorts of construction equipment that was being thrown about. So you see the paint in the street there, and at the station where that roof, the gazebo, is covering it, we had people actually climbing onto the top. Police actually got control of that portion of the crowd, but we also had people up on the statue here at the south side of the park. And in fact, you can see they have overtaken this once again. This is normally completely barricaded off, but the crowd here is just taking over the area. So police picking and choosing what they are dealing with here, but a massive crowd, several thousand people strong, unruly at times, and at times we're seeing them run randomly in different directions. So we'll bring up Street Spotter 7 here so you can see. If you are on the east side of Union Square Park, you've got the cars literally swarmed by people there. Same thing happening occasionally on the west side, but 14th Street essentially closed off as police tried to gain the upper hand on this massive crowd. Again, Kai Cenat, a Twitch streamer, saying he was going to show up at 4 o'clock. It is now 4:02. We have not seen him yet, but to give away free PlayStations, and that is what caused this massive crowd. It was announced yesterday. He reminded people on Instagram today that he was coming at 4, and police really trying to gain the upper hand on this situation. For now, they've got 14th Street closed. Police aviation overhead as well, trying to help with the crowd control, but massive crowds, and they are swarming into different areas and then spreading out sporadically throughout Union Square Park. But look, imagine what it would be like if you were in this car and you were trying to travel south on the east side of Union Square, and you are just swarmed by people. So if you can avoid this area, do it at all costs. This is a dangerous situation with people that are completely out of control.
We are following breaking.
You know, what it makes me think about is the power to the people, you know, the power of the people. Too bad they come together for debauchery and stuff like this and not come together for real issues that we have. You know, they don't realize their power. You know, I wish people would realize how much power they have and use it to change things for the better instead of freaking, you know, shutting down the streets for some free PlayStations. Like, but I bet if, you know, the same influencer tried to get people together and told them to come out, we're going to do something positive, I doubt that this many people would show up. I mean, I just don't have much faith in people in that way. I really wish that would change. You know, I have hope. I have hope for humanity or whatever, but stuff like this takes us a notch down, I would say, you know, but it does give an example of the power of the people. If they would just come together for something good. I don't know what else to say about this. Let's see. It says Kai Cenat and Duke Dennis were reportedly arrested and taken into police custody. I thought I had a clip about the police talking about this. Okay, here it is.
Going to charge Kai Cenat?
Yes. The influencer is charged. He's going to be charged with multiple counts, at least 2 counts of inciting a riot, unlawful assembly, and a few other charges.
Ollie here, attention. Going to charge Kai Cenat?
Yes. The influencer is charged. He's going to be charged with multiple counts, at least 2 counts of inciting a riot, unlawful assembly, and a few other charges.
Ollie here, attention.
Inciting a riot, unlawful assembly. So yeah, I wonder how much time you would get for that, you know. I hope they don't give them too much time. Charge them with some fines or something, you know. It says Kai Cenat, a social media influencer who sent thousands of people loose on Midtown NYC this Friday, will be charged multiple counts of inciting a riot and unlawful assembly. Yeah, well, they have to do something, you know. Otherwise, everybody would just follow suit. And you can't have that, you know. It's dangerous. Let me see. I kind of want to wait for somebody to get in here before I get into the Trump stuff.
I know.
So it says relatives mourn after a dead body was found upriver from the controversial floating barriers installed by Texas authorities to stop migrants crossing into the United States. Mexico's Foreign Relations Department said the mother, who is at a migrant shelter in Piedras Negras, recognized the tattoos on the body as her son's. Another body that has not yet been identified was found near the anti-migrant buoys. Mexico and others have warned about the risk posed by the bright orange wrecked ball-sized buoys put on the Rio Grande in an effort to make it more difficult for migrants to cross to the U.S. The Foreign Relations Department also contends the barriers violate treaties regarding the use of the river and Mexico's sovereignty. We made clear our concerns about the impact on migrants, safety, and human rights that these state policies would have, the department said in its statement Wednesday night. The Department of Justice sued Texas Governor Greg Abbott in late July following the governor's refusal to remove the stretch of buoys. Yeah, when I saw this story, I immediately was thinking like, oh, what somebody, the way it looks with the headline, like somebody got stuck under the thing and like, cause it's got spikes under it or whatever, caused them to, lose their life. But, the more I think about it, I just don't think that that was the case. I mean, like looking at it, it's not very effective. You could just easily go around it. I think it's more likely someone died from some other reason and then their body ended up getting stuck under the buoy. What do I know? I don't know. I'm sure more information will come out about it and it'll be determined what the cause of death was, but that's not going to make a headline. But hopefully it'll catch my eye and I'll cover it in the show whenever it does come out. But like I say, it's more likely to me, just looking at it, that, someone died from some other reason and probably their body floated or whatever and ended up getting caught under the buoy. I doubt that someone actually went over there and got stuck on the buoy. It's just like so easy to go around it that I really just don't see how that will be the case. But the media, it loves to spin things. It loves to, you guys, if you guys watch the show, y'all know how I feel about this situation. But I'm not going to follow the narrative just to fucking like make it be like, oh, they put up these buoys and now people are dying as a result of it. I really just can't see that that's the case with this. Like, look how, much space there is around it. You could just go around it. Like, and at this point, people know that it's there, like, I just don't see how someone could be trying to go. Why would they? It's so easy to just go around it. It makes no sense to me. Like I say, most likely the person died from some other reason and their body got stuck in the thing. And then it becomes big news because it follows the narrative that these buoys are killing people or whatever. I think we got to use common sense. We got to think like, you can't just choose a side and go with the narrative of your side every time. You got to think, you got to use your brain, You can't let them emotionally pull your strings no matter which side you're on. Let's read some comments. It says, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Oh, wait, just kidding. We don't mean any of that. Another comment says, I just want to say that I'm from Texas and I do not support this. We tried so hard to invite Governor Abbott vote. They're trying to say. See, it's hard for me to read when people don't spell. It says, we tried hard to vote Governor Abbott out of office. Due to unreasonable gerrymandering, we have been unable to get him voted out, even though most of Texas doesn't like this guy. We are frustrated, to say the least. I think that's true. I think that he doesn't have majority support in Texas. I don't think that he did when he ran. It's so unfortunate. I don't like him either. Another comment, it says, if the fear of dying while crossing was something they were willing to challenge, you have to imagine the fears they were already running from. Another comment, it says, pro-life Texas Republicans. Another comment, it says, inhumane and disgusting beyond belief, grieving with these families and absolutely ashamed this is happening in the U.S. Excuse me, it's like something caught in my throat. Another comment, it says, the fact that anyone who isn't indigenous to this land we now call the U.S. is literally fighting against the very reason any of us exist in our country in the first place is absolutely insane. We are all immigrants. How is this even an argument? Our ancestors committed the very crimes that are cornerstones for the current outrage. On top of the fact that not every single Mexican foreign immigrant is a freaking criminal, it's beyond arrogant and ignorant to assume. Was history not a requirement to graduate in the U.S.? In 1846, everything changed. We broke out between the U.S. and Mexico over the U.S. annexation of Texas. Mexico was defeated, and in 1848, the two nations signed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. This treaty gave the victorious nation an enormous amount of land, including what would later become the states of California and Texas, as well as part of Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Nevada, in exchange for a token payment of $15 million. Library of Congress Archives. Or maybe this article can clarify some actual facts for those arguing against immigration. So they left a link here. It says, y'all can keep acting like the last 500 years didn't happen, but stop pretending you somehow own this country by default. It's embarrassing and a black eye on the face of Lady Liberty. Grow up and choose love. No one is taking away your American dream except the rich white men sitting in those big capitalist corporate offices so they can buy another yacht with your money. Education is the most dangerous form of wealth. Staying ignorant keeps those men in power. Wake up. Yeah, health is wealth and education is wealth too. And it's funny that, money is the only thing we value as wealth, it seems like, and shoot, you can rob, steal, and kill and get paid, and people are gonna respect you because you have money, like you got a yacht or you got a big house or whatever the hell. I think it's important how you made your money. I don't understand why it seems like we worship these people just because they have money. Like, they could be ignorant as hell. They could be a horrible person. They could be terrible, person that you wouldn't want to spend 5 minutes with. But you freaking look up to them just because they have money. Like, I don't get it. And the part about America, the United States being full of immigrants, that's all the way 100% true. I mean, it seems like, I don't know, people forget that or whatever. Like, what makes America great is the melting pot that it is, the mix of all of these different cultures and languages, that's what gives it its wealth. That's what makes it great. That's what makes it innovative. I don't know. People forget that, I guess. It's certain groups that they want to have and other groups they don't want to have, undesirables, usually based on their skin tone. Let's read some more comments. It says, they're only pro-life when the children are white and American. Another comment, it says, for one single second, put aside your biases and your politics and put yourself in their shoes. If this was your child or brother or father or whatever, how would you feel? These are still human beings, just like you, and they hurt, and they love, and they cry, and they laugh, and they bleed, and break, just like you. They have hopes and dreams and families just like you. Imagine your family member dying in any way, and the whole world is saying, good, they got what they deserve. and you will never be able to see them again, hug them again, hear their laughter again. But everyone else is glad they're dead. How would you feel? Kindness is effing free. Another comment, it says, everybody reading these comments, this problem is older than Joe Biden, older than Abbott. This problem is an indirect relation. It is indirect relation to America's drug problem and the world's food consumption. South America has been taken advantage of and completely stripped of its resources. Climate change has displaced all of these farmers. There's no way for them to live with no water and no food. If anyone wants to get the real root of the problem, it's a collective whole problem, as a human species are destroying our planet and just can't seem to grasp the fact that we're all the same human living on the same planet, and none of us want to live like this. You know, the overall doom and gloom, like what did they say? The farmers have no food and water or whatever. I don't know about all that. But him saying this is an older problem than Joe Biden or Abbott, that's absolutely true. And the part where it says America has been taken advantage and completely stripped of its resources, that's true too, you know. So, you know, the thing is complicated and nuanced. You know, it's not simple. And, you know, we're all humans, you know. I don't understand why we can't really just look at it that way and simplify things, you know, try to be fair, you know. You know, it says no one wants to live like this, you know. I don't know. I think it has to do with the history, you know, like imagine Israel 150 years from now. I think they would be a lot like, if it keeps going down the road that it's going down, it would be a lot like the United States. So, you know, that's what leads to this, you know, these sentiments that they have here in the United States. It's as a result of its history, you know, and how it got here. And it's embarrassed of that, you know. And whenever examples or things that pop up that remind it of its history, it wants to persecute those things, you know. It wants to treat those things as the enemy because it makes them feel bad. Anyways, where are you guys? I need somebody in here so we can talk about Trump.
Yes, suffering so much. The Tunisian government brought us here. 3 weeks now we are here suffering. There's no good water here. There's no food here. There's no shelter here. We are suffering. Why are they brought us here? We are suffering so much. The Tunisian government brought us here. 3 weeks now we are here suffering. There's no good water here. There's no food here. There's no shelter here. We are suffering. Why are they brought us here?
It says, we need help. African migrants have been left in despair after being dumped by Tunisian authorities in the desert near Libya's border. The Tunisian government is purging cities of any person of sub-Saharan origin, according to the website Info Migrants. The epicenter of the racist program is the coastal city of Sfax. Were fueled by the racist conspiracy theories of President Kais Saied. Black migrants have been hunted down and forced into the desert. Some of the group, including pregnant women, babies, and children, have already died due to the exposure after being left in sweltering conditions without access to food, water, or shelter. The EU and Tunisia negotiated a deal earlier this month to reward Tunisia's efforts in combating irregular migration with a hefty €1 billion from EU coffers. Part of the deal also includes the return of migrants from EU countries to Tunisia, which asylum seekers are protesting is not safe. The Tunisian Coast Guard has recovered an unprecedented 901 migrant deaths since the beginning of the year, while it is believed that the true number of people who have died or gone missing is much higher. The route from Tunisia and Libya across the dangerous waters of the Mediterranean to Italy is the world's deadliest migrant route. with 1,769 confirmed deaths. So, we just were talking about the, Mexico United States border a minute ago. So then you have this one here, also, so these things are happening all over the world. It's like the same story related to, unwanted migrants, if you will, certain groups that aren't allowed to enter or whatever, and getting left out and asked out, I think we don't talk about that, the Greek waters enough. People die there all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time, I don't know why the hell they want to go to Italy anyways. Like, if you ask me, like, I would choose somewhere else to go. But, hey, I don't really understand these people's plight or whatever, they're situational, why they choose what they choose to do or whatever, but it's just like the same thing with the Mexico border. If people could just have a little humanity, of course you can't just like have completely open borders as far as let everybody in. But in this one, they're talking about the EU spent, what did it say? 1 billion euro. So it they're willing to spend a lot of money to stop these migrants or whatever, dump them in different places or whatever. They're not willing to spend that money to help these people. I mean, that's me on the outside looking in. It seems like you could have spent that 1 billion euro in better ways. But what do I know? What's up, Deuce?
Shit, not much, man.
Chilling,
What's
man.
going on with you?
Same old, bro. It's great to hear from you, man.
Oh yeah, same here, man. Trying to get in.
I'm sitting here talking to myself and shit.
Oh shit! I thought somebody. I ain't even look. I just clicked enter the room. I thought Pat or somebody was in here.
Yeah.
I guess that was my damn thing I saw then, because I was texting on my other phone while you were talking. Wife was texting me and shit, so I was texting on the other phone. I just saw that. I thought Pat was in here.
Yeah, it's people listening, but no, there's nobody in here but me.
Yeah. What's up, world? Thanks for joining.
Yeah. Let me read some comments underneath this. It says the Arab colonialism of Northern Africa that nobody wants to talk about. The Arab colonialism of Northern Africa nobody wants to talk about. It's a lot going on in the world, and these things are complex, Hey, it's not just the United States who don't want people to come in or whatever and gives people a hard time at these borders and stuff.
Nah.
Another comment, it says, okay, so white countries are paying Tunisia to take in African deportees and dump them in the desert, but the migrant situation in Europe isn't racist. See, that's what I said. Like, they're getting paid to do this stuff. Another comment, it says, who films this and does not give information to help? We don't know what information these people were giving to these people, and just filming them probably does help. It gets the information out. People can know what's going on, so others can come over there and help or whatever. So the thing is, people always say that, why are you filming and why are you not helping or whatever? Like, filming can be helping, and we don't know what this person was doing behind the scenes on the camera. They probably was helping people, as much as they can. It's only so much an individual can do anyways. Like, what are they going to do? Take all of these people to their house? And then, you got to get them across the border. You got to get them to somewhere, how are you going to do that? It's all about passports and identifications and paperwork and stuff. How are you going to do that for all of these people? Like, come on, be real. Another comment, it says 1 billion euros to perpetrate genocide instead of to help. What the hell? Pure white supremacy, and the Tunisian government is a lapdog ready to roll over for treats from the EU. Another comment, it says anti-blackness is a global language. Imagine being in an African country treated black Africans this way. I'm saying, so it's like, but that's where they were talking about the Arabs, and they're blaming the Arabs or whatever. you know, but these are other Africans, you know, treating other Africans bad too, you know. So sometimes it's not always, I mean, it skin tone, uh, you know, impacts, but it's cultures, it's tribalism, you know, it's complicated. Another comment, it says, don't die begging and crying, at least die fighting. Pick up those same instruments they will use on you. That's how I feel, man. Blow some shit up on my way out the door. I'm not gonna be crying and begging for shit. Another comment, it says, dear God up above, please intervene and stop and punish these cruelty and violence against innocent people in the name of Jesus. Another comment, it says, unfortunately, the world does not care about people of color and their suffering. The world has shown support for the exiled people of Ukraine because they're told who to care about, you know? Why do we care about the people in Ukraine? That's a good freaking question, you know, above other people's suffering, you know, not to say that Ukraine people aren't human and they don't deserve to care about, but what about everybody else? Why do people choose to care about Ukrainians and not others? It's because they were told that. The narrative told them who to care about, you know, who's approved to care about and who's not approved to care about. And people just follow suit. Another comment, it says, this is so sickening, being hunted just for being black and minding their business. Somebody with some power needs to speak up. One more comment, it says, what can we do to really help? Like really not putting money into some scam, like really to put these people in a better situation. Yeah, I don't know enough about this to really just make a lot of comments, so I'm gonna do a couple of these and then we're gonna move on to Trump. This one, it says, tribunal finds Mexican government guilty of eocide and ethnocide. It says the International Rights of Nature Tribunal has found Mexico guilty of eocide and ethnocide over the Mexican government's construction of a massive railway project running through the rainforest of the Yucatan Peninsula. The project, known as Tren Maya, has drawn grand opposition from local indigenous Maya communities, environmentalists, and archaeologists who say the railway will cause irreparable harm to biodiversity, sacred Mayan sites, and communities in the region. The rail project is spearheaded by the administration of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who claims it will benefit tourism and expand access to transportation to local communities living in remote regions of southern Mexico. You know, what I have to say is, like, you know, there's always going to be, you know, for the sake of progress, you know, some things are going to have to change. Like something's going to hurt, you know. I think that, you know, I don't know that much about this project, but these railways are good, I would say, for the most part. A lot of times, you know, it's going to be good for the economy. It's going to be good that people can move around. It's sad that, you know, some local people are probably going to be displaced or whatever, and hopefully they don't destroy any history or Mayan sites. I mean, they could go around stuff like that or go above it or below it or something. But as far as people being displaced, I mean, things like that are going to happen. You know, I think the people are going to adjust. I think it'll be okay. You know, the people love Andrés Manuel López Obrador. You know, a lot of people, they really like this guy. You know, and I think that he overall, a lot of times he's trying to do good things. So, you know, people aren't going to like everything that you do. You know, people aren't going to understand your vision. You know, there's always going to be someone having a problem with it. So, I mean, I just, you know, the move on. I think it sounds like a good thing to me. A couple comments. It says, I've talked to Yucatecos who told me how Cancun and Tulum were all destroyed for private investments like hotels and resorts, and nobody said anything. Now that the government put in place a public train infrastructure that would reduce the number of cars on the road and also protect the ecosystems by not having to build more highways, now it's an issue. The environment only matters when it's a rich nation telling another how to run its country. Shaking my head. See, that's what I'm saying. This is that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm willing to bet the pushback on this is not coming from the people necessarily. They use the people as pawns, and they're like, oh, the poor indigenous people, y'all are messing over them to build this railway. But it's really that they don't want the railway built because it's going to help regular folks. It's going to help the community. It's going to help poor folks or whatever. Anytime where it's having to do with private capital and rich people, then nobody bats an eye. But when it's something that's going to help regular folks and they have a problem with it, and then they use the damn freaking indigenous people as their freaking pawns to say that they really freaking care. Because like I said, just from looking at this from the outside looking in, this sounds like a good deal. And the indigenous people like Manuel Lopez Obrador. He has done things that's good for them, And they're trying to say that these people are the ones that's mad at this. I don't believe that to be true. That's how they mix. That's how they freaking twist the narrative all the time. Private capital is what they care about, something that's going to help regular folks they got a problem with, I think these trains are good in a lot of cases. We don't need all these damn cars and all of these damn streets and all of this damn parking, The mass transits are the way to go. They are the future. Let me read a couple comments. It says, fuck tourism. Stop ruining this planet to make money. What good is money if we don't have a home left? F tourism. It's not really about the tourism as much as it's about people being able to move back and forth. That's the issue, and that's going to stimulate economies. It's going to create new opportunities. It's going to create jobs. It's going to create opportunities for businesses. It's a good thing. It's not about freaking tourism. So you don't know what you're talking about. Another one, it says, how is Mexico guilty but not America? Guaranteed the companies polluting Mexico are American. Another comment says, can we get a little of that tribunal oversight in the USA, please? Another comment, it says, what about all the effing deforestation, industrial animal killing, countless atrocities caused by oil wars done year after year by the good old USA? If the hypocrisy is so obvious, do you know why they are pissed? Because they did not get to participate as usual in exploiting the land and people of Mexico. I'm telling you. So when the people do it themselves and they do it to benefit themselves, then they got a problem. It's all about protecting these private companies to do whatever the hell they want to do, and then about the profit that they're going to make in the future. Because if the government was the ones who flipped the bill for this, then the government is going to be the ones who's going to benefit from this. So if it was done by private folks, then they're going to get the freaking income that's going to come as a result of it. And that's what they got a problem with. Another comment that says, U.S. is so mad at Mexico because they don't give away their lithium, allow GMO corn, and have banned chemtrails. Telling you. Another one that says, all this gets played out in the media because Mexico won't let the Yanks control the newly funded uranium deposits. Another one that says, the Rivera Maya was built on ecocide and ethnocide, and we never heard anything from the International Rights of Nature Tribunal. So it just shows who these people are. A lot of these corporations, they have really cool names. So it says International Rights of Nature Tribunal, but I bet you it's ran by private folks. It's funded by private folks. It's looking out for private folks. Freaking equity, freaking capital. That's what I don't like. And a lot of these companies out here, they have these really pretty names, and they sound like they're looking out for the people, and they're really not. It's fake. It's the opposite. Another comment that says, yet not a word from PRI and Pan-African gave permissions for foreign companies to build hotels. I stand with AMLO and 4T. Couple more, because these people are on point. That's why I like to read the comments. People are smart. People think people are not smart, but they are, and they understand what the hell is going on. But all we hear is the voices of the people that aren't smart, or the people that are freaking being controlled. The media narrative. That's all we hear about. We don't hear the people. Two more comments. I'm gonna move on. It says, laughs in Panama Canal and literally every oil and natural gas pipeline. Saying It says, what about the United States? Nonsense plans in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Guatemala, Cuba, Iraq, Iran, India, Salvador, Peru, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Vietnam, and Mexico itself. I guess this is just American business, right? It's so American to blame other countries for their own incompetences, greed of their own enterprises. Yeah, these people are smart. They're not buying this bullshit. A little side note, just for fun. It says, man asked 100 women what they would do if they had a boyfriend, but Drake invited them to the tour bus. All 100 women said they would lie and cheat on their boyfriend. Check this out, Deuce. I want your comments on this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not going to let me play it. Basically, the guy asked for the women a specific scenario, if they had an opportunity to, basically cheat on their boyfriend and go with Drake or whatever. And it's like all of the women said, yeah, I'm down. I would do it. What do you think?
Shit, they not with you to begin with. It's yeah, I think it's fucked up. Because they're not with you, but that's like half of our society nowadays. They're only going after Drake because of his name and his popularity. And yeah, he's got money, but that doesn't mean that he's gonna be willing to share with you. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. It's like, I think that's what they're looking at. They're not looking at, everything else.
It just shows they're shady. They're so shady, man. And they'll jump ship in a heartbeat.
That's why I say, that's pretty much over half of society nowadays that does that, or that's doing that, which sucks, There's no loyalty no more, bro.
And what I say is these same chicks would frown up their face if you start talking about polygamy, but they willing to do this,
Yeah, all the same chicks that's willing to do that are the main ones you hear every fucking weekend, at brunch with their homegirls. Girl, I can't wait till the Lord send me a good man. But you don't know how to treat one. Look at what you're doing right there. Because I wouldn't be looking at you. I'm gonna tell you right now. Not to be bashing women, bro, because I mean I understand that women do face a lot of one-sided scrutiny as it pertains to stuff like this, but just reading that article, bro, like, man, you gotta, us as men, bro, we have to be more more vigilant, or as far as who we're picking, who we're deciding that we want to try to settle down with and have a long-term relationship with, just as well as women have to do the same. But you want somebody to want you for you. If you have clout and fame, you need to make sure that person or that woman wants to be with you, not who everybody knows you to be, like Drake or this or that. Does that woman really want Aubrey, or do she want Drake? That's the difference. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So No Jumper posted this. So it was like, let me read the caption again. It says, man asked 100 women what they would do if they had a boyfriend, but Drake invited them to the tour bus. All 100 women said they would lie and cheat on their boyfriend. The No Jumper, he says, their boyfriends will be at the gym bright and early after this video go viral at the gym. So I guess that's what the guys say, they're at the gym, and the girls say they're out with their girls or whatever. They're both cheating. It's really sad society that we live in. Like, we can't be upfront and truthful with each other. If we talk about we just want to see other people, or we can have an open relationship or whatever, then they screw up their face on that. Meanwhile, they're willing to lie and cheat behind their back.
Man, but also too, Chaka, just being honest, bro. You gotta know who you got. You gotta know who you with. You know, you need to understand the woman just like women need to understand the man who they're with. You got to understand who you with. You know what I'm saying? Does this woman just want you, or does this woman need you? I'm not talking about in a financial means. Not, you know, let's not even get into that argument of saying that she needs you because of the comfort that you give financially or because you're a great provider. There's more to somebody needing that companionship or that significant other. You know, what you add into her life as far as just mentally, physically, you know, the connection. Yeah, yeah, I see it from uh, you know, does that person truly need the person that you are? You know what I'm saying? You know, how you're able to help her to get through those tough days, those rough days, those days where, you know, it's hard for her to find that balance of just existence, you know, in those days, you know, just understanding that, bro.
Yeah. And I
You
think a
know,
lot of
and I
people
think
wouldn't be
people don't.
honest about that they
Yeah.
need you or whatever because they don't want to be, you know,
Well,
what's
that's some immature, but that's why I say understand. You have to understand who you're with. You know, you have to figure that person out. You know, I think people nowadays, man, they just jump into a relationship because, oh, I want you. Wanting me or me wanting you is not enough to keep me with you. If I want you, I want something else too, right? Some other fine motherfucker cross my path. I want that too.
right,
You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between a want and a need, you know, and that's why I
right.
say we have to truly get back to the way, you know, our grandmothers and grandfathers did, you know, having those 30 and 40-year marriages, dude. They didn't stay together because they just wanted each other. They actually truly needed each other, and it wasn't on some financial bullshit.
It's
They
about
needed each
growing.
other.
It's about
Yeah,
growing and helping each other and building a foundation because we have all of these broken households and the kids suffer, you know, and it keeps on happening again and again, you know, broken household, raise children who have broken households. And meanwhile, you can't never grow and build like generational wealth or generational stability, you know, you can't create
yeah,
a environment that's, you know, allows people to grow. You know, they won't admit that they need someone to help them. Like the thing is, like nobody wants to be told when they're wrong. You know, that you were wrong about something. You know, and that's where the issue is. You know, it's like if you want to grow, if you want to be a better person, then you have to be able to look at the parts that you were wrong about, the things that you can improve. You know, if your significant other can't tell you when you're wrong or redirect you or whatever, then they can't help you. You know, they're not
yeah,
they're not good for you.
yeah. Well, like I say, man, I feel like that goes back to maturity, you know, because me understanding my place as a man and who I am as a man, you know, I have no problem. Yes, am I gonna sit here on this live broadcast and say that it doesn't get underneath my skin when somebody tells me I'm wrong? You know, and depending on the situation, yes, there's moments where I may want to go back and forth and argue with you to prove why I feel as though I'm not wrong. But at the end of the day, my maturity level and the growth in me as a man, if somebody comes to me on GP and be like, say, bro, you know, you were wrong. You know what I'm saying? You were totally wrong in that situation. I have to accept that because I want that. I want somebody to be honest with me. I embrace constructive criticism because I'm always willing to grow. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And even through my growth process, you know, I still may get, you know, a little bothered or irritated if you tell me I'm wrong. But at the end of the day, if I truly trust you, you know, as my brother or as my homeboy, then I have to understand that you're coming out of a place of love. You're coming like, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to prevent me from making a complete fucking ass out of myself in society or, you know, or keep me from losing a good situation that I could be, the doors are about to open up to. You know what I'm saying? So I embrace that, bro. Like I want people to tell me, hey man, you were wrong on that. Like I truly do. You know what I'm saying? Like I embrace those things, and I'm willing to listen and understand your side and you know the facts that you may have in the situation where I was wrong. You know, but I feel like that's a part of growth, that's a part of maturity, that's a part of being confident. You know, there's a lot of men that are walking around, bro, that are not really confident in who they are as a man. That's why they're clinging to brands and clinging to drugs and clinging to bodying every fucking woman that crossed their path, you know, and all. And it's like, bro, I don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's just like not to really get off topic, bro. But I was like having a conversation with some coworkers. You know, we just talking. You know, and one of the dudes like, yeah, man, you know, me and my wife, we get it in every night. And I'm like, and he's like, you don't get it in there now. He's like, why? Like, why? I'm like, because, dude, this is my wife. This is somebody that I look at having a long relate. It's not about just having sex with her. It's about the intimate level, the intimacy, the romance. You know what I'm saying? There's some day, like, I don't want to just have sex with this woman. I want to make love to this woman. I want to create moments. I want to create vibes. I want to create, you know what I'm saying? There's other things other than sex that's better than sex. Like literally, like, just, I forget what they call that shit, where you just kind of, in a sense, it's like teasing, but you're just, you know, kissing. You're literally snuggled up under each other and just creating that whole, like, that shit sometimes is just better than sex, bro. Like, because there's a connection there, you know, and it's like, I feel like that's a part of being confident. If I have to bag you or body you every fucking night, what am I proving? I've been married to you fucking 15, 16 years. What am I proving? I have nothing to prove at this point. If the woman is unsure of you after 15 years of marriage, obviously you're doing something wrong, right?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, you're doing something wrong, you know? So me, I'm confident enough, you know, and it's like, it goes beyond that whole sex phase. It's about growth, man. It's about, you know, creating a bond, a everlasting bond, you know, like, you know, being confident in who you are. And I feel like there's a lot of us that walk around every day, bro, and we're not confident in ourselves. We don't know our fucking self. That's why we're so quick to go off and be so emotional in a situation and want to hurt somebody and want to fight, and, you know, I'm gonna go fuck this bad bitch, or I'm gonna go do this, I'm gonna go do that. Oh man, I gotta be fly every time I walk out the house. Say, bro, in my opinion, I'm like, today I got home from work, off the road, went out with the kids, bro. I threw on a pair of freaking basketball shorts, a t-shirt, and some fucking Crocs, and a ball cap. And shit, you couldn't tell me shit. In my mind, I can pull whoever in this shit. Like, cause I don't care about all of that other stuff. Like, I try my best. I strive to not sweat the small things, bro.
Let me read a couple comments and I'm gonna move on. It says, just slide him these beats while you're with him and we good. Another comment, it says, all them cheeks clapped, not gonna lie. Another comment, it says, the basic excuse, my phone died. Another one, it says, and not one baddie in sight. Another one, it says, and y'all see why real men don't want no woman that be going out every weekend. Another comment, it says, y'all are crazy giving up a man who loves you versus a man who just wants you for the night, then be the first ones to say men ain't shit. Another comment, it says, there's millions of women out there and you interviewed 100 unfaithful women, LMAO. Find you a loyal one and don't worry about what these women say. Another comment.
I like that comment right there you just read, because there is a lot of great women out here still.
Yeah, they probably, and you can never trust these edited interviews anyways. Like, some of the women probably said, I'm not going to do that or whatever, but that wouldn't go with the narrative. So then they just leave that part part out of the interviews, you know.
Yeah.
Let's do a couple of these. It says, I've seen people say at the rate they're going, they might as well ban education. And I hope people understand that doing away with public education is absolutely a long-term right-wing goal. It says DeSantis Board of Education has effectively banned AP Psychology in Florida due to the course's inclusion of content related to sexual orientation and gender identity, which is illegal under state law. So, you know, the DeSantis thing is having reoccurring long-term effects. So more and more of these classes are going to get banned as a result of this. So now the latest one is AP Psychology. So, damn, you know, like more and more classes are going to get taken out as a result of, you know, DeSantis law that he passed in Florida. It's really having an impact on teachers being able to teach, and these classes are going to get disintegrated. It's really, really sad situation that, you know, and they're saying that, you know, at this point they might as well ban education. And it's like, that's the direction that it's going in. They're going to have fewer and fewer classes. Let's read a comment that says, they've been chipping away at public education for decades. Authoritarianism needs an uneducated and easily manipulated populace. Telling you. Another comment that says, like Rockefeller said, I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers. This has been the playbook from day one. Another one that says, gee, I can't imagine what happened in rural, uneducated states that are so intolerant, literally no one will move there. Another comment that says, this is a BS move by a BS governor. Another comment that says, dude, Arizona got so close. I swear that if the Republican candidate for governor had won in 2024, there would be no longer any public school system in Arizona. That's how bad it has gotten. This comment confusing the hell out of me because it's not 2024 yet. Anyways, I'm going to move on. He just turned my brain to mush. Another one that says, it's about time colleges and universities outside of Florida start requiring that Florida graduates enroll in a remedial program before they can admit anywhere. See, that's what's going to happen. They're going to look at your thing and say that you graduated from a school in Florida, and they're going to be like, well, we know you didn't get full education. So it's going to cause those degrees or diplomas to have a lot less weight when they have a Florida sticker on there.
Yeah. How much of that article is actually facts?
What are you talking about?
Do you know? Like, as far as this whole deal with DeSantis, they're saying DeSantis is doing, is that a factual deal? Is that true?
Well, it's, you know, this is not an article, but it says Board of Education has effectively banned AP Psychology in Florida due to the course's inclusion of content related to sexual orientation and gender identity, which is illegal under state law. So DeSantis passed a law that you can't talk about certain things, you know what I'm saying, in school. So, but what it is doing is a bunch of different classes include little parts related to sexual orientation and stuff like that. And so then it's going to cause those whole departments or those whole classes to not be taught because they're against the law.
So that basically would mean that you, I mean, I get I get why you know he's trying to make those changes as far as the sexual orientation thing, but you know, in order to be a great psychologist or to be able to help somebody who's seeking help or therapy, that's going through this whole gender identity or gender appropriation or whatever you want to call it, uh, deal, you need to be educated in that area. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? In order to be able to help these people. And to me, it just seems like that's another fucking um, excuse for them to shy away from truly getting to the root of our mental health crisis in America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You're
yeah, I get
forcing
you.
people not to be educated. You know what I'm saying? To be able to help people who's dealing with mental issues. I'm not saying sexual identity. I hope nobody that's listening says that or take it that I'm saying if you identify as woman and you a male that you have a mental. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying like the mental health crisis that we have in this world, not just America, but like not people not being able to be educated about this shit and for like it's doing an injustice to people.
Yeah, I just
You
think,
know
well,
what I'm
what it is,
saying? Like
it's
the whole
it's
mental health deal.
it's unintended consequences is what it is. So, you got political motivations to pass these laws or whatever, but it has unintended consequences. It's going to have effects that you know, he didn't plan on happening. That's just what's happening. It's a result of his law. It's causing all kinds of repercussions that I don't think that they wasn't looking far enough down the line.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they look enough far down the line when they create or they write any new laws or any new bills or new laws into effect or anything like that. I just think that they take a collective who's supposedly on the Senate or whatever, however, putting these laws in and trying to get them passed. And I don't think they look at the whole collective of the law, that the advantages, disadvantages, pros and cons, and how this affects
Their
people,
own
in
right. They're
in
only
our
looking short
society.
term. They're only looking
Yeah.
at short term. So that's the
And I
problem.
think a lot of it is based off of whoever's supporting them. These people that are supporting them or putting the most money in, this is something that they desire, that they want, or this collective group, but they're not looking at society as a whole, how this shit affects every every person in America,
Hmm.
white, black, purple, blue, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I just think that they don't do that, man. And it's like, and I think, to be honest with you, man, I think that's the root cause to a lot of the issues that we have in our society, bro. Because I truly believe that there's more people in our society that are good people of humanity, that see the injustices that certain races or certain people face, see the systemic racism that exists, and they truly care, but because of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Those people they get overshadowed, they get overlooked. You know what I'm saying? And the negativity always fucking overshadows the good. It's just, it's crazy, man. That's just my take. Man, that makes sense, what I'm saying, but that's just my take, bro. I just feel like our government or our whoever is putting these bills into effect or passing or voting on these bills, they're not looking at society as a whole, man, because I feel like everything that they're doing is constantly trying to create a divide as opposed to bringing people together. The government is working against us on every fucking aspect, on all sides, if you ask me.
Yep. Let me read a couple comments. It says people love to stick their head in the sand and then say, "I never thought that would happen." Another one, it says, "True that an educated electorate understands the BS that is the current elephant party. Such a sad state of affairs for what was formerly a great party." Another one, it says, "The only way the Republican Party succeeds is by keeping people uneducated and ignorant. They are fully aware they can't win otherwise, exactly the reason they are banning everything they can." Another one, it says, "Exactly what
I
is,"
don't agree with that comment.
let me read this one. It says, "Exactly that is what they want. No more free education. Back to only those who deserve an education can get one. That's how the funders intended things to be." Founders. Hmm.
That comment that you read before, I don't know if it was my internet or something, but everything started kind of rebooting itself. But talking about the Republican Party, that seems like a leftist person that's making that comment. So I don't agree with that because they're not summing this whole deal up in their comment. You know, they're just going straight at, you know, a whole one-sided type of deal.
Yeah.
Because if you ask me, the current administration that we have is more interested in dumbing you down and taking your rights away than anybody else. So, you know.
Yeah. Let's do this. What is this one? Hold on. I want to go ahead and get into the Trump stuff. So, you know, Trump got arrested. What was that? Today? Yesterday? Did you hear that?
Nah, I didn't, man. I didn't really.
And it's pretty serious. These are federal charges. It's not like the other ones. This one is really serious. But let's get into it.
Law, that's not an issue of criminal activity.
Are you stupid or something?
Let me play this.
Ultimately, what President Trump said is, let's go with option D. Let's just halt. Let's just pause the voting. Just pause the voting and allow the state legislatures to take one last look. Take one last look and make a determination as to whether or not the elections were handled fairly. That's constitutional law. That's not an issue of criminal activity.
Are you stupid or something?
So it says, scarcely 5 hours have passed since Donald Trump was arrested for an historic third time and pleaded not guilty to the 4 charges he's been hit with when his attorney, John Laurel, appears on Fox to destroy his own client's defense. A comment that says, there is no constitutional way to reject the certified electoral votes from the states. The VP cannot unilaterally decide to do an unprecedented and illegal refusal to count the illegal certified voters. All the court cases had failed and it was over. Let's go to YouTube and give the people a little bit on this in case you don't know what's going on. I don't know how you can't see this because this is like the biggest news story. Let me see.
Yeah, I didn't know he got arrested. I heard about the indictment that they passed down, but I didn't know that he got.
Well, it was just in and out. You know, they don't treat him like anybody else would be still locked up, but he got to go in and go to court and then leave and start tweeting and shit. But here, check it out.
For 2.5 years, the man responsible for the attempted January 6th coup was taken into federal custody in Washington, D.C. And of course, we've known all along just who the prime suspect was, who we should be on the lookout for. He did it in front of everybody. But today he was nabbed, so to speak. He was arrested and booked. No mugshot was taken of the ex-president, but his fingerprints were taken. There are no cameras allowed in federal court. But we have these sketches where Donald J. Trump, 44th president of the United States, was arraigned, 45th president of the United States, was arraigned on 4 felony counts for his attempts to steal the election. The ex-president pleaded not guilty. There were no literal handcuffs, but he surrendered. He was arrested. He submitted to federal custody in the federal courthouse. Special counsel Jack Smith sat in the front row during the arraignment. Defendant Trump was sworn in. We did not hear a lot from him, but when asked by the magistrate judge, he...
Damn it. My shit is freezing up. I'm having internet issues. I got one bar.
And it happens, bro. It's not just you, man. Because every day for the past 2 weeks.
Donald J. Trump, John, when asked his age, he said, quote, 7'7", 77, and he entered his plea of not guilty on all charges for his attempts to subvert American democracy and to end the constitutional republic as we know it. In an extraordinary and unexpected turn, the magistrate judge warned the defendant, John Trump, to not try to influence any jurors. She warned the defendant not to commit any crimes while he is out on release, that he would be held by the federal government should he do so. He was then released on the condition that he not communicate any facts of the case with witnesses unless in the presence of counsel. The judge warned the ex-president would be detained if he violated the conditions of his release. And now Trump faces a total of 78 felony counts in his 3 upcoming criminal trials. But none of those 78 counts are like these 4. This is the big one, the biggest of all time. And I want to take a step back for just a moment and make note of how we got here. Because one of the craziest things about January 6th, and if you take yourself back to that day, you think about it in real time, it was truly wild, was that when it was all over, this surreal, upsetting scene playing out in real time on live television, everyone just went home. Do you remember that? Like, no one got arrested on the spot. Despite the fact that rioters nearly destroyed the nation's capital, they smashed windows, they ransacked congressional offices, defecated inside them, including the offices of Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, which they ransacked. They overtook the floor of the Senate. They temporarily blocked the certification of votes. They brutally attacked police officers with flagpoles and bats and crushes and bear spray, chunks of wood. Blood was spilled. They chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," as they hunted him down in the halls of Congress. And then after all of that, after we watched it all, no one got arrested. We saw them commit the crimes. We saw the crimes committed in real time, the violence unfolding before our eyes. We watched as the violent rioters just went home. Police just walked them out. And their leader, the man who sent them there, the man they stormed the Capitol for, the man who told them to go down to the Capitol, he had this final message for them.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel, but go home.
I love you. You did everything right. Totally justified. Go home. Really? No handcuffs? No one's going to get arrested after that? After an attempted coup with violence and bloodshed? Everyone just go home? Good night? You know, America is not the only country on earth. Sometimes we forget that here. And when this happens in other countries, it plays out differently. Let's take a comparison. Brazil. Earlier this year, Brazil's president, Jair Bolsonaro, and his followers tried to hold on to power following an election defeat. Brazil had their own January 6th, their own attempted coup. It happened on January 8th of this year with Bolsonaro supporters storming the Capitol in Brasilia, claiming there was fraud and the election was stolen. In fact, their coup seemed almost explicitly modeled on ours, like a weird kind of American export. There was one enormous difference. At the end of that coup, when it failed, all of those rioters got marched out by security forces in zip ties on the very same day. Hundreds arrested on the spot. Get on the bus, boys. Right there. Typically, when you see coup attempts happen in other countries and they don't work, it looks more like that. It's not a go home and chill kind of situation. Here in the U.S., a different story. And over the last 2.5 years, the Department of Justice, to their credit, launched the largest investigation in its history to try to find the January 6th rioters. They worked from the bottom up. Over 1,000 people have been charged. Nearly 600 have pleaded guilty. Nearly 100 have been found guilty at trial. And the investigation continues to this day. Just yesterday, this guy on your screen, a member of the violent January 6th mob, was finally arrested. Why does he look like that? Well, he is a St. Louis Cardinals superfan known as Rally Runner. Yesterday, rally runner finally got hauled in. Today, ahead of the attempted coup, the guy the mob stormed the Capitol for, the guy who told them that he loved them, well, he finally got his day in court. He pleaded not guilty to the sprawling conspiracy to hold on to power that prosecutors lay out in incredible detail. The arraignment today was described by people inside the room as intense, packed to capacity. Several other federal judges, in fact, and the chief judge of the DC federal court seated in the back row, taking it all in. The parties decided on the next hearing date. The magistrate judge gave 3 options after conferring with the trial judge, Judge Chutkan. Jack Smith's team, oh yes, they picked the earliest date. And guess what Trump's team did? They requested the latest date. And they got it. They ultimately agreed. August 28th at 10 a.m., and the judge will set a trial date then. Get ready.
That was painful. He was talking so slow. He could have did this whole, it was 7 minutes. He could have did this in like 3 minutes. I don't know. I think that, you know, they're trying to copy Tucker or whatever and trying to do better with the way that they do things or whatever. But that was just painful the way he presented the information. Anyways, what do you think about this, Deuce? So this is a result of January 6th. These are felony federal charges. And what are the charges? Inciting a riot? Well, hold on, let me see. Let me read the caption. It says, Trump faces a total of 78 felony counts in his 3 upcoming criminal trials, but none are like these 4. These are the big one, the biggest of all time, says Chris Hayes in a Trump indictment over his effort to overturn the 2020 election. What do you think?
Honestly, bro, I feel like it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are not acknowledging the fact that people in this country are fed up with the bullshit, bro. You know, everything that's taking place, you know, the way that we're being treated in this country, and you know, it's just, I mean, I think people are fed up, you know, and the way that America stands right now, I mean, it's still, in my opinion, the greatest country. I love my country, but at the same time, bro, it's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And I think this here was bound to happen, even though they can say, you know, I mean, Trump initiated this, he started this or this or that. I think this was something that was probably gonna happen on a bigger scale and probably be a lot more violent. But I think because Trump was still there at the time, things didn't go the way that. But I feel like it was already brewing. You know, I feel like it's bullshit, bro. Like, you know, look at all of the other shit that the past presidents have done, you know, in our country and outside of our country, and they're not being held. Their feet are not being held to the fire like this man is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just my point, you know, like I think they're dismissive of everything, you know, good that he has done, you know, in his 4-year term. You know what I'm saying? They're just saying, oh, he did this, he did that. I'm not saying that he didn't, you know, try to hold up the election. I'm not saying that he didn't, you know, try to change ballots, or I think they also, in the indictment, the 42-page indictment, they're saying something about they were orchestrating, you know, illegal votes of people who had been passed away for years and this and this and that. And it's like, okay, well, don't they think that may have happened on the other side? Why aren't they investigating everything as a whole?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
because
the
that
guy.
shit has been going on for years, bro. That shit was going
Former
on when
President
you
Donald
and
Trump.
I were kids. You know what I'm saying? When you and I were kids, bro, like people that are have been dead for a fucking decade has been somehow sending in ballots. You know, that's been happening. Why all of a sudden it's so important in this indictment? You know, I think
Well,
it's all bullshit, bro. Like it's complete in my personal opinion, it's complete bullshit, bro. It's a way to stop him. I believe they're afraid they don't want him back in office. Not on their whole bandwagon.
you're breaking up. Well, he tried to disenfranchise the
You
voters.
know,
He
like
tried to go. He tried to go against the process. He tried to, you know, basically, decide that he was the winner regardless of what the results were. Like he broke the law, bro, and in the most dramatic way, and like you know, dismantling our democracy. You know what I mean? Like
but what
this is a
fucking democracy, bro? I
this is a
keep
big
hearing
deal.
everybody saying that shit. Nigga, our democracy has been gone for fucking decades. There's no democracy here. That democracy bullshit that they throw out to us, the same way how Biden got up there and spoke about our democracy. How the fuck does our democracy matters when not Hitler, I was about to say Hitler, when Putin is fucking bombing Ukraine? You know, like what democracy, bro? What integrity have we had? Like we've talked about this shit on this show on how, you know, Hillary and Obama and the rest of them have went over in other countries and how they've destroyed those countries and the shit that we've talked about that they've done in Africa and the Congo and all of these different places. Like like come on, man. The democracy has been gone. Like there's no they only throw that word out there to fucking tug at your heart. We haven't had a democracy probably since I was fucking born in '86. What democracy, bro? Like, be real. Like, I know you're very educated when it comes to politics.
Yeah,
Like,
I can't really argue with that as far as the illusion of democracy. I can't really argue with that, but that's kind of beside the point. You know what I'm saying? Like what this guy did was messed up, bro, and against the law, and he should be held accountable for it. I mean, it's pretty much simple as that.
I
Let me
mean,
play some of this.
I hear that, bro. What you're saying against the law, this, that, but and I'm probably gonna sound fucking stupid on air for saying this, but I wish that whatever the fuck they're accusing him, because in my eyes he's fucking innocent and proven guilty. That's just that. Hey, nigga, you gotta catch me. You gotta prove I'm guilty. You know what I'm saying? So, but whatever the fuck they accusing him of, I wish the shit would have worked, especially under the circumstances that because all these motherfuckers that was old Joe and Kamala, you don't hear that shit no more because we're all getting fucked. We're all fucked. You know what I'm saying? You're making decisions on whether you're gonna buy some fucking hot dogs and hamburger meat to grill burgers and hot dogs, or you gonna put fucking $40 in your gas tank.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I wish the shit would have worked. You know what I'm saying? Especially under these circumstances, bro. And then we got people dying. Like, did you hear that? Yeah, I think you did. We just talked about that. The whole news report how the city of Houston has made it illegal for you to fucking feed homeless people
Yeah.
in Houston. It's illegal.
Yeah.
Talking about the safety and welfare of the general public.
Yeah.
Like that's bullshit, bro. Like under these fucking like dog, they having their way and they're giving people a pretty fucking good illusion and I guess the blue pill or whatever blue pill motherfuckers or whatever they taking, but it's all bullshit. In my eyes, he's innocent. It's bullshit. They need to go. It needs to be open and shut. Innocent. You know what I'm saying? Go run your election for 2024.
Let me play some of this.
Former President Donald Trump is at this federal courthouse in Washington, D.C., and technically he is in custody of law enforcement. Mr. Trump will soon be arraigned on 4 federal charges stemming from the January 6, 2021 attack and the multiple efforts in 2020 and 2021 to deny Joe Biden's 2020 election victory and deprive millions of Americans of their rights as voters. Trump landed in the D.C. area a short while ago at Reagan National Airport in Virginia. He's returning to the epicenter of power, as well as, in some ways, the scene of the crime. Joining us now to discuss, John Bolton, the former national security advisor for President Trump. Ambassador Bolton, thanks for joining us. So, Mr. Trump is about to be arraigned for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Do you think that his behavior was criminal?
Yes, I think this indictment lays out a pretty strong case. Particularly, the most important part of it, I think, is the description of the effort to turn Mike Pence into an instrument of reversing the result in the Electoral College. I think that's the strongest part of it. I think it was right to bring the document case. I think it's important to have both of these cases brought to trial before the election, as far in advance of the election as possible. But I want to underline what we're doing. I think it's the right thing to do, but it is a modified form of Russian roulette. If Trump is convicted in one or both of the federal cases, I think that will turn things upside down. I think he could be denied the Republican nomination. He'd certainly lose the election. But if he is acquitted or a hung jury results, which I think would be understood by most people as being the equivalent of acquittal, I think he would get the Republican nomination, and he could quite possibly win the election on the back of that.
But just to be clear, you're not arguing that, therefore, this shouldn't be happening. You're just saying we just need to, as Americans, be aware of potential political fallout.
No, I think, as I said, it is essential to have brought these cases, and it's just as essential, in fact, more essential, to have them tried before the election to defeat the delay strategy that Trump's putting out. The public interest here is in having, in each case, 12 jurors give us a decision so the people have adequate information on which to judge Trump. But the risk is real, and I hear the exuberance. I've heard it the last 24 hours, and everybody, look, the impeachment efforts against Trump failed twice to convict him. And what was the consequence of the failure? Emboldening and empowering Trump. Acquittals here would be even more devastating.
One important question in the case going forward might be whether prosecutors will be able to prove that Donald Trump acted corruptly. In other words, whether or not he knew deep down the fact that he lost the election. You worked closely with him. Do you think Donald Trump knew that he lost the election?
There's no doubt in my mind that he knew he lost the election. But that's not really an issue that anybody needs to worry about, because the question is, can his lawyers don't have to prove anything. They simply have to induce reasonable doubt in the minds of one or more jurors to get a hung jury. And if people think that he's being railroaded, if they don't believe the prosecution case, or they believe whatever case Trump puts on, and this results in a hung jury in either of the two federal cases, I think we're in for real trouble. I just think people need to understand that. Don't get too exuberant because of the indictment. As people got exuberant over the impeachment, tell me what the result of the trial is, and then I'll tell you how to feel.
There are a lot of Republicans in Congress railing about two standards of justice, they say. When you look at the conduct that Donald Trump has been accused of, is there any part of you that thinks that it's true the Justice Department is being weaponized against Donald Trump for political reasons?
Also get free design services.
I've been an opponent of the special counsel concept as long as I can remember, and I'm still against it. But in this case, nobody can say the Department of Justice is weaponized. I think the special counsel has proceeded independently. I happen to think that's not a good thing constitutionally, but it's simply false to say the Department of Justice has been weaponized. It is possible, and I think seriously open to question whether Hunter Biden has been treated in a similar way. But as my mother always used to say, two wrongs don't make a right. You don't make up for Hunter Biden getting a sweet deal, if that's the fact, by letting Donald Trump skate free. You prosecute where the law has been violated.
Yeah, and we should note that, of course, the judge has sent back that plea deal that what seems to have exploded for Hunter Biden. Mr. Trump is speaking out already this morning. He wrote, quote, "I'm going to Washington, D.C. To be arrested for having challenged a corrupt, rigged, and stolen election. It is a great honor because I am being arrested for you. Make America great again." What does that mean to you? I'm being arrested for you. Why would anyone think that that is possibly true?
Well, I think he's appealing to the alienation of a lot of Republican voters, a lot of independents, a lot of people who have supported him before. And if he can make them feel that they are the ones that the system, the deep state, is after, it will solidify their support. And for a lot of reasons that people can discuss, that support is real. It's undeniable. What will shake that support is conviction.
Ambassador John Bolton, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it. Caitlin Collins?
Yeah, so January 6th, these are the results. Let me read the caption. It says, former President Donald Trump is in federal custody at the Washington, D.C. courthouse for his arraignment on criminal charges related to Special Counsel Jack Smith's probe into attempts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Let's read a couple comments. It says, the trial needs to be televised. Everyone who cares about our country needs to see and hear the evidence presented. I doubt if it's going to definitely be a circus, but I doubt if it's going to be like we actually get to hear the evidence that they present. Another comment, it says, I'm glad to see other commenters echoing my feelings. I stopped by this video only to say that John Bolton can take a flying leap. I find myself speechless because the words I have for Bolton are so unkind that I can't speak them. Mr. Bolton is all about Mr. Bolton. It's about all I can say. Another comment, it says, yes, let's compare a civilian jury to a GOP party with the voters in the Senate block, a conviction. Another comment, it says, considering that John Bolton refused to testify at Trump's impeachment trial, it is a reach for him to even consider the case. Bolton has been cashing in. He wrote a book and he made a lot of money out of this situation. Another comment, it says, Bolton is hardly non-biased or rational. Don't give him airtime. And it's funny that Bolton is making the comments that he is, because I would think that all he would be saying would be defending Trump, but he wasn't really. And that's what I was kind of surprised on with this interview. Another comment, it says, in Australia, a person cannot become the leader of the country if they have a criminal record. Only in the U.S. can this happen. This is a failure of the U.S. Constitution. Another comment, it says, John Bolton's words are worthless. Here's a man who could have told the truth when asked by the January 6th inquiry and chose to remain silent to sell his book. Another comment, it says, Mr. Bolton wouldn't be essential. It says, wouldn't it be essential that you should have been testifying in the perfect call case as well? We might not have been in this situation after all. One more comment. It says, enough already. Put the orangutan in jail and throw away the key. If any of us did a fraction of what Trump got caught on tape doing, we would be in jail for millennia. I think that's the case too, man. You know, I think that what the justice system is on trial here, because it's like, do people get persecuted equally under the laws, you know, of the law? You know, is people equally held accountable? Does it depend on who you are, how you get persecuted under the law? You know, is it that because he's a former president or whatever, he can do whatever he wants and not get held accountable? You know, the rest of us would be locked up already if we did any of this stuff that this guy done.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna argue, not gonna argue that fact, but We know that the justice system is not just. It's only just justice for those who it's intended for. You know, we've seen so many times that if you got money, you know, you can play ball. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to walk out with either an acquittal or getting way less than what you deserve for what you've done. So, I mean, the justice system is not just, you know, it's not fair. It's broken. It's a broken system. And people continue to, you know, deny that it is, but it is. Everybody is not treated the same. Everybody is not treated fairly.
Yep.
By our corrupt and highly partisan Department of Injustice. Despite the demented prosecution of our movement by our corrupt and highly partisan Department of Injustice and deranged Jack Smith. Doesn't he look deranged? You see the picture with the purple robe? He's a deranged human being. We're getting stronger by the day. Somebody said, you should treat him nicer. Maybe he'd be nice. Let me tell you, this guy is a lost soul, bad guy. Don't get nicer. He's a deranged, sick person. Think of what we already achieved in this incredible 4 years. And we had to go through Russia. We had to go through the Mueller report, which after 2.5 years said no collusion, right? No collusion, it said, with Russia. We had to go through all those phony FISA things that were signed so badly. We had to go through a lot. All hoaxes and scams, and it's not changed at all. And they're the ones that have to be investigated, and those elections have to be investigated because we have to have those honorable elections in our country. We delivered the largest tax cuts and regulatory cuts in the history of America. And like,
So this guy is still out here talking. You know, he gets to talk. Anyways, it says Trump, deranged Jack Smith. Doesn't he look deranged? You've seen the pictures with the purple robe. He's a deranged human being. This guy's a lost soul, bad guy. He's a deranged, sick person. Those are Trump's comments. Let's see. I kind of want to get to the freaking nuts and bolts of this story, but we're talking about everything around the story because, like, what's one of the things that's really getting them in trouble is they tried to get Pence to overturn the election, basically.
can you imagine that? We will return power to parents. Of course you want to return the power, especially when it comes to schools. You will have your power back. I will close the Department of Education and move all education back to the states where it belongs. We were going to do that. We were ready. And then we had the COVID. Can you imagine?
So talking about closing the Department of Education, do you agree with that? Like, man, that's crazy.
Well, he's not talking about closing it within the states. He's talking about putting it back in the states' hand. Because you got to remember, you know, in the government, they're just looking out for the views of everybody, and they're taking away all the pertinent shit in schools. You know, like look at a lot of the shit that we're faced with in the schools right now. Like something that you're very passionate about, them taking away the books, you know, them closing libraries and things of that nature. So, I mean, I think a lot of these issues should be on a state level basis, man. You know what I'm saying? Maybe things will be a whole lot better.
Let me play this.
Breaking news right now. We are just working on getting our own copy of this, but this has been posted by Kyle Cheney of Politico. The special counsel's office has filed asking the judge in this indictment for a protective order. Now, this has to do with the discovery, the documentation that the government is caused to provide to the defendant. This happens in every case. They've got to provide evidence, but the special counsel is asking for a protective order because a few hours ago, Donald Trump posted something on Truth Social. He's been posting a lot in the last few days, but this one stood out. It was all caps. It said, "If you go after me, I'm coming after you. If you go after me, I'm coming after you. So what the government has said is that at this point, this becomes dangerous for them. They've got to give over evidence. And this was at 4:16 p.m. If they provide evidence to the defendant and then Donald Trump uses his power, his social media reach, his speeches, his comments to the press, what does go after you mean? Who's he coming after? Witnesses, people who are named? The government has said if the defendant were to begin, I'm quoting now from the document that we are looking to just get, we'll have it in a few minutes, but this is what Kyle Cheney has posted. If the defendant were to begin issuing public posts using details or, for example, grand jury transcripts obtained in discovery here, it could have a harmful chilling effect on witnesses or adversely affect the fair administration of justice in this case. They've written a lot. Breaking news.
So when he got arraigned, the judge told him he can't break any laws, you know, and he can't talk about the case and stuff like that. So I think that's putting him in a position. And he's going to have to be careful, because if he says the wrong thing or if he gets in trouble behind something, you know, I think that they could actually put him in jail, man. I think that he could end up sitting down, because he's really in a hot seat right now after these federal charges. So, you know, and then so they're jumping on that one, the tweet talking about if you come after me, I come after you, saying maybe he's already breaking the law. Maybe he's already, you know, going against what the judge said when he was arraigned. Let me play some of this right here.
In the studio, good to see you as always.
Good to see you.
There's so many people putting this down as a political conspiracy theory, but actually there are real questions to be answered here.
There are?
Yeah, of course there are. Of course there are.
What he's being accused of, but what part do you think is to answer that the 2020 election is going to be re-litigated because of this? They've made a huge, huge mistake with this one. Because even though we thought what was going to happen was they were going to go after him for treason or sedition, but they did criminally charge him, but they didn't go to that extreme. As a result, he has due process, so he can subpoena people and bring things in. Now, let me say something about this 2020 election, is that Biden is the legitimate president, but he's the legitimate president of what is now the bankrupt U.S. corporation. And that was a treaty in 1871. Well, on September 12, 2018, Trump created an executive order. Within that, he outlined in future elections any kind of foreign or domestic interference, specifically for the 2020 election. So we say, how did he know some of these things were going to happen? Election integrity on both sides of the aisle is tough. It's really tough. But what this has done is it's opened the door for Trump to present his case.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Because what we see on this side of the pond is a very difficult situation where the legal system is politicized in the United States, which is abhorrent to us over here. So the fact that Trump can subpoena, some people saying it's a mistake by Jack Smith, but actually he can subpoena, people can actually see evidence from both sides. That's a sensible move.
Exactly. And it's a great mistake by Jack Smith that he's done that. Absolutely great. See, the thing is, think about Edward Snowden and all the information he had. Think about the fact that our military, our Department of Defense Space Force, if you think that they don't have the actual real results from the election, then you're fooling yourself.
Yeah, but what we do know with this is we're told that there are plenty of notes from people, including Vice President Pence, that there are some recordings of Donald Trump acknowledging that actually what he said in public was nonsense. That some of these states, whether he claimed he was out saying look, Detroit, it's corrupt, it's all corrupt, the results are corrupt. And that when in reality, he knew it wasn't. That's illegal.
But you know what? That's what someone's claiming, but that's not the fact. And that's not what Donald Trump really has ever said. He's been very, very clear. I mean, the issues were, for example, in Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court of the state of Pennsylvania stepped in and changed some of the election laws. Under our Constitution, it's only the state legislators that can do that. 2,000 Mules, the film that came out, what they did, they spent over $4 million tracking the phones. And the reason it's only 2,000 mules is that based on the visits to the drop boxes in Georgia, they had to have gone over 10 times. And they've got all the film for that. So the thing is that the election integrity is so different and so problematic in every single state. But that doesn't mean that the machines didn't do something, that there were some other kind of finagling, but the long and short, go ahead.
Well, it doesn't, but that's where conspiracy comes in, is it? To say, well, it doesn't mean that something didn't happen. Well, there's no evidence that it happened. I mean, there's how many court cases did the Trump campaign try to bring? Nothing's gone in his favor.
Okay, wait a minute. Everyone, the media goes, oh, there were 60 court cases that were rejected. No, there were 3. He won 2, he lost 1, 57 were never heard because they had no standing. And standing means that the person bringing the case has to claim some kind of impact or injury. So it's really, the media did that and they're great at doing that, but it was a fallacy in there. And the thing is that, I sit on a task force at the Department of Defense. And the thing is, they've got the goods. And Trump knew that if he presented any of the goods early on, we'd have a civil war. That
BS. If Trump had any freaking information that was real and true, then he would have presented that. So that's just not true. And it is true that all those cases got kicked out because they didn't have anything to stand on related to the, talking about the voting machines. I mean, Fox got sued over that shit, because it wasn't true.
Yeah,
this whole thing is a mess, man, and everybody is confused. But
bro, I think he's gonna get off. I don't think this shit. It may go to trial, but to be honest with you, man, I think all this shit is a big fucking distraction. It's a major distraction. I'm telling you, it's something major going on behind the scenes, and they know everybody's locked in on this shit. Like it's a major distraction. It's bullshit. I mean, yes, they're accusing him of breaking the law. Whatever. Innocent to proven guilty. That's the code. That's the code. So I'm not calling that man guilty. You know what I'm saying? He ain't been faced in the court of his peers. So but yeah, man, it's bullshit. And I guarantee there's something major that's going on behind the scenes. There's a big deal that Joe Biden needs to be handling because the aggressive energy and aggressiveness of China right now. You know what I'm saying? The shit they've done. Did you hear that in the news today?
Well, what was it?
I don't know the exact actions. I caught it just very briefly. I was dropping my car off to the body shop, and it was some breaking news that came in. Some pretty strong actions came in from China that Joe Biden is faced with that he needs to deal with, and the Department of Defense, they're all in a meeting trying to figure out how to. I don't know exactly what China did, but it came in as breaking news on MSNBC today when I was dropping my vehicle off at the body shop.
Well, I think that they're pivoting towards China. The whole Ukraine thing is coming to a close, and they've already started sending money to Taiwan and weapons to Taiwan. I think it's United States is the ones that's showing the aggression against China. I think that's what's really happening, and the media is flipping it. It's gonna get the people behind the U.S. to give reasons to want to have a fight with China. But we've been talking about it on the show forever. But it's really like economic reasons related to the computer chips and so forth and so on. It's really that United States wants to be the leader of the world or whatever, and they feel threatened by China. So that's really what I think is happening related to that.
Yeah, I mean that's a major part of it, but I also feel like this shit is a big distraction too. Ain't no telling what the fuck China has done that we don't know about. That especially people that's paying attention to this bullshit. I mean, I can't really can't really say it's bullshit because this is probably one of the most major court cases in American history. This shit is gonna change history. You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be something a case that will be studied for decades. You know what I'm saying?
If you can't just let people say, the election was fraud or whatever, and I'm the president and all of this stuff. Like, this isn't a big deal. You can't let this slide. That's the reason why they have to go in on this, because if not, then people are going to be doing the same thing in the future. It's like, so then the elections won't matter. Just somebody can just be like, no, it was fraud, they cheated or whatever. Now I'm the president or whatever. And they were saying that there was Trump was planning on using the damn military, to uphold this stuff. Like, it was going to be a real coup that was going to happen, and it could have happened. And that, that's dangerous, man. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Let me play this.
I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution. But I chose the Constitution, and I always will. And I really do believe that anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. And anyone who asks someone else to put themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States again. Now, with regard to the substance of the indictment, I've been very clear. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this. I had hoped that this issue and the judgment of the president's actions that day would be left to the American people.
Yeah, so this is a big part of it is the Pence part. Let me read the caption. This is Reuters. They said, former Vice President Mike Pence said, anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States, referring to Donald Trump a day after he was indicted for his attempts to overturn the 2020 election. What do you say? You're breaking up.
No. My bad, dude. I was trying to mute out. My daughter was asking me something.
Oh, I thought you were saying something. Let's see. Is this one going to be different?
More details. So far, we know that the grand jury hearing evidence and testimony in Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigation into the 2020 election interference investigation has now returned a sealed indictment against an unnamed individual. The prosecutor did not say the name or the initials of the individual indicted, but the foreman of the Smith's federal grand jury was present in the courtroom, thereby, as you can imagine, linking it to Donald Trump. The government has requested that the indictment be filed under seal and a summons be issued to the unnamed defendant, a request which was granted by the magistrate in that courtroom in Washington. This comes, of course, as Donald Trump said he expected to be indicted by Jack Smith's investigation. There is more. There's a Trump campaign statement just dropped. Actually, let's just bring it to you. This is nothing more than the latest corrupt chapter in the continued pathetic attempt by the Biden crime family and their weaponized Department of Justice to interfere with the 2024 presidential election, in which President Trump is the undisputed frontrunner and leading by substantial margins. The Trump campaign statement goes on to say, but why did they wait 2.5 years to bring these fake charges right in the middle of President Trump's winning campaign for 2024? Why was it announced the day after the big crooked Joe Biden scandal broke out from the halls of Congress? The answer is election interference. The lawlessness of these persecutions of President Trump and his supporters is reminiscent of Nazi Germany in the 1930s, the former Soviet Union, and other authoritarian dictatorial regimes. President Trump has always followed the law and the Constitution with advice from many highly accomplished attorneys. These un-American witch hunts, the statement continues, will fail, and President Trump will be re-elected to the White House so he can save our country from the abuse, incompetence, and corruption that is running through the veins of our country at levels never seen before. 3 years ago, we had strong borders, energy independence, no inflation, and a great economy. Today, we are a nation in decline. President Trump will not be deterred by disgraceful and unprecedented political compares this pursuit of him to Nazi Germany and the former Soviet Union, James.
Yeah, I think that's Donald Trump speaking in extremes to appeal to the extremes. Interestingly, he doesn't mention the indictment specifically in that statement, Anna, although nobody's disputing that he is indeed the target of an indictment that is coming his way. I mean, I think Donald Trump is cementing there his message that this is all about the weaponization of the Justice Department that has targeted him, that he is a victim. Interestingly, he uses the phrase un-American. That is key politically, I would suggest, in all of this, because the crime that he has been accused of is one of essentially encouraging insurrection. It doesn't get any more un-American than to attack American democracy, to try to hinder the peaceful transfer of power. And that is a strong political message that would emanate from this courtroom, should he be found guilty, certainly would be extended by Donald Trump's political opponents. So I think there we see his reaction to the legal aspects of all of this, but also what he would see as the political battleground. And just one breaking bit of news, Anna, according to Reuters, the United States, has filed an action against Donald Trump. That's according to a court document. Donald Trump being named for the first time.
James Matthews, thank you very much indeed. The U.S.
And what I don't think people understand is that these kind of federal charges, they build these cases before they come down. Like they have to have built a case. Like they do investigations and they already have their evidence that they need. You know what I'm saying? Like these kind of cases, they don't hardly ever lose. You know what I mean? They don't bring the charges unless they already have, evidence. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I can't state how big a deal this is, really. This is gonna go down in history. The dude tried to freaking overturn the freaking election, bro. And he's like, why did they wait so long? Well, they were doing their collecting data, collecting information, building a case, and these kind of federal cases, they always move slow, but once the hammer comes down, and they're going to have they got so much evidence, man. They could just play freaking videos from live stuff and from stuff he said.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think this one is the one that's gonna get him, and I'm surprised that they didn't charge him with like treason or some of those charges that they gave the people who showed up on Washington D.C. the January 6th rioters. They still giving him soft ass charges. Some of those people got really hardcore charges, you know, and he's the one who freaking tried to get them to go there, you know. I think he should have more serious charges than those people. That's just my take on it, you know. What is it? Perdition, treason. I think those should be the charges.
Hey, you're calling him guilty already. He ain't been judged by his peers yet. He's still innocent.
Okay. We're gonna see.
I'm telling you, bro, he's gonna get an acquittal.
We will see. Let's do a couple of stories. It says a Texas judge has ruled that the state's abortion ban has proven too restrictive for women with serious pregnancy complications and must allow for exceptions without doctors fearing the threat of criminal charges. So this is the AP, Associated Press. Let's look at it for a second. Hold on, let me share. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. I'm getting tired and I gotta work all day tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired myself. I've been up since 2 a.m.
I'm having a hard time focusing. So, am I sharing this? It says a judge has ruled Texas abortion ban is too restrictive for women with pregnancy complications. A Texas judge ruled Friday state's board ban has proven too restrictive for women with serious pregnancy complications and must allow exceptions with doctors fearing the threat of criminal charges. It says the ruling was the first to undercut Texas law since it took effect in 2022 and delivers a major victory to abortion rights supporters who sees the case as a political blueprint to weaken restrictions elsewhere that Republican-led states have rushed to implement. What is this on the right? This is distracting me. It says, however, the injunction was immediately blocked by an appeal to the Texas Supreme Court, the state's attorney official said. It says the trial's injunction is ineffective and status quo remains in effect, spokesperson Paige Wiley said in the email. It says State District Judge Jessica Mangram's ruling granted a temporary injunction that prevents Texas from enforcing the ban against a physician who, in their good faith judgment, end a pregnancy that because of complication creates a risk of infection or otherwise unsafe for the woman to continue. The injunction also applies to women who have a condition exacerbated by pregnancy who can be effectively treated during their term. It also covers cases where the fetus has a condition that makes it unlikely to survive after birth. For the first time in a long time, I cried for joy when I heard the news, led plaintiff Amanda Zarowski said in a statement. This is exactly why we did this. This is why we put ourselves through the pain and trauma over and over again to share our experiences and the harm caused by these awful laws. Mangram's decision said the injunction would run until the completion of the case, which is scheduled for trial to begin next March 25th. It says, however, the state's immediate appeal stays in an active Austin judge attempts to override Texas abortion law pending a ruling by the Texas Supreme Court, said a statement from First Assistant Attorney General Brent Webster. The immediate impact of Mangram's decision also was unclear in a state where all abortion clinics have shuttered in the past year. The challenge to the state law is believed to be the first in the U.S. brought by a woman who have been denied abortion since the Supreme Court last year overturned Roe v. Wade, which for nearly 50 years had affirmed the constitutional right to an abortion. In a 6-page ruling, the judge found that portions of the abortion law violated the rights afforded to pregnant people under the Texas Constitution. The court found that the patients challenging the law each experienced emergent medical conditions during pregnancy that risked their health or lives and required abortion care. It says, however, they were delayed or denied access to such care because of widespread uncertainty about the impact on physicians, the ruling said. Today's ruling should prevent other Texans from suffering the unthinkable trauma our plaintiff endured, said Nancy Northrop, president and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights, which helped bring the lawsuit. During 2 days of emotional testimony, an Austin courtroom woman gave wrenching accounts of learning their babies would not survive birth and being unable to travel long distances to states where abortion is still illegal. The challenge, filed in March, does not seek to repeal Texas' abortion ban, but instead aims to force more clarity on what exceptions are allowed under the law, which is one of the most restrictive in the U.S. Under the law in Texas, doctors who performed abortion risk life in prison and fines of up to $100,000. Opponents say that has left some women with providers who are unwilling to even discuss terminating a pregnancy. The majority of U.S. adults, including those living in states with strictest limits on abortion, want it to be legal in least through the initial stages of pregnancy, according to a poll released in late June by the Associated Press. So basically, this is going to have an impact on the law, so that if a baby is going to be not viable, or if the pregnancy causes the mom's life to be in danger, then the person can possibly get the abortion. So because in Texas, basically you're not going to be able to get an abortion at all. And there's already been all of these cases where women give birth to these babies that are not alive, or women have suffered, painful pregnancies related to, unviable pregnancy. So, because the law doesn't have room for that, so which is a problem. So, but it'll still be illegal for them to get the abortion. It's just that this will give room for abortions if the baby isn't viable or if it causes the mom to have health issues. What's up, Doc?
Yeah, this is one of these subjects that shouldn't even be on the table. Just like rape, just like incest, these things, health of the child, health of the mother, none of these should be even on the table for doubt. I mean, they should be packaged up in a little thing and said, we don't ask questions about this. This is part of the reason what this is all about, Boom, set that to the side. Now, let's argue all about the other things about it, like it being used for population control in the black community, how it's being used as contraceptive rather than, responsibility. We shouldn't even need to think about whether or not someone that's going to have an unviable baby or severely severe issues, things like, there shouldn't be a question that they shouldn't be able to get the abortion.
Yeah, but they didn't put the language in the law, so that's the problem. That's the reason why we have these judges, to help clarify the laws when they don't have proper language. So, and that's what's happening across the nation, because they're having the problem in Florida and Arizona, Arkansas, whatever. Same kind of thing is going on because they don't have the language in there to help with when there's issues like this. They just have these blanket ban on abortion. What is it, 13 weeks or something like that? Whatever it is, no abortion. They don't have the language in there related to incest or unviable pregnancies or health of the mother.
And unfortunately, there's those assholes out there that don't realize that should be, like I said, that should be taken off the table. I mean, that is actually the reason it was supposedly made legal in the first place.
Right.
Was to save those
So,
lives.
yeah,
Well, and to try to limit the black community too.
Yeah.
We,
So,
we
well,
know
these people.
we know that. I'm going to say that part out loud.
Yeah. So, well, these people are, they're just going by their religious beliefs, and they're just like, no abortion. Abortion is bad. Da 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 da. And they just simple, and they don't think how complicated this really is. They want it to be cut and dry and simple, and just no abortions. Period. And they don't know. They're not educated enough, or they just don't care. That it's complicated. That you have situations where abortion is probably the best way to go, but they don't want to hear that. They don't know that. They can't even think that far. Using an abortion as contraception is wrong. I'm not on board with that shit. At all. But like you said, there's a reason why abortion is legal, and it's because of these reasons.
Like I say, I'm not a big fan of it in general, but the problem is 50 years Roe versus Wade was on the books, and we did not, because we trusted that, even though when it was laid down, two of the judges on there said this is going to get overturned one day. They told us that. They told us that for 20, 30 years. And in that time, we did not go about making a constitutional amendment to actually secure those rights. That's shame on us. That's us not taking part in our government like we should be, if we want those rights and we want them protected.
Yeah, we need to pay more attention.
It's like all this stuff they're doing right now. Everyone's, oh, it's horrible. Oh, they're turning the clock, blah, blah, blah. No, we have a new interpretation. How long has these things been on the books? Why have we not had a couple of new constitutional amendments to cover some of these things in the new age?
Before I move on and do some random stories, and I want to talk about Africa and Burkina Faso and stuff, but I want to ask you your thoughts on, former President Trump and his latest federal indictments over trying to overturn the election. And he got arrested and everything. We were talking about it for the past hour or so.
It's still the smoke and mirrors like it has been. I mean, 3 are conspiracy charges, which any prosecutor will tell you it's really, really hard to prosecute someone for conspiracy unless you can prosecute them for a crime as well. So it's all going to come down to whether that they can make that one charge that's not a conspiracy charge, if they can make it stick. Or if they can prove that he had some backdoor communications with the guys that they knew were there for ill will.
Yeah, I think, and that's the reason why they came out with those document charges, because that's gonna tie in with the idea of like undermining, American democracy, or going against the United States or whatever, not caring about the Constitution and the laws related to the office. So the documents charge and this charge, I think, are related, and I think that's why they brought the documents charge, because they were planning on.
You bring the document charge so you can get the lower guys and then get them to flip and squeal and say whatever you need them to say. I mean, it's all smoke and mirrors. We've decided that he did this. We have no doubts. So we are going to make sure everything fits, and we have the people to say what's needed. I mean,
Yeah.
right now, I want the whole world to make up your minds. Is Trump an idiot, or is he Lex Luthor? You
Yeah.
can't call him an idiot and then turn around and say that he is this mastermind of all this big conspiracy that's spinning around him. You can't have it both ways.
I agree with that, and I never said Trump was an idiot because I never said
I,
that.
I tend to lean toward he's a very well business-minded idiot.
But damn, you made me forget what I was gonna say. The arguments related to like, oh, it's Biden who's doing this, or the Justice Department is political. I don't agree with that stuff. The people trying to hold somebody accountable for the law is not necessarily politically motivated. You know what I mean? And Biden doesn't have control over the Justice Department.
Did you not watch all of the Justice Department, his own, 45's own Justice Department going after him, trying to prove collusion, trying to prove this, and it keep getting shot down. They tried to impeach the man for a year and a half. When they find, and this is what Pelosi said, we've been working on impeaching him for over a year and a half now. The charge he got impeached on happened 6 months before that statement. Yes, this is all political. They want to make sure he has no chance of running again, which is why he is a bad bet anyway. He's broken because the media is not going to work with him. Congress isn't going to work with him. It's just going to be 4 years of making small little progresses that all get undone as soon as someone gets a puppet on another puppet on the stand again.
I just don't see how people can say that the Democrats have power over the Justice Department. Like, I don't see that.
Well, I don't know. They managed to keep Hillary safe. They managed to get to Epstein. They managed to get us all, rah in Ukraine. I mean, we completely dropped off the whole situation of Biden and the big guy going on right now, being investigated too, but yet not investigated. You got the whole Hunter laptop situation. You've got, let's see, you've got the visit to China right before a big vote on video, or Taiwan right before a whole bunch of video laws came down and stuff like that. It's there, man. You follow the fingers that you want to see. You don't like Trump. You like the left. You are defensive of one and attacking the other. I attack both sides because they're both fucking guilty.
They are both guilty, and I think that anybody who's guilty should be held accountable for the law.
And I think that damn general that told a foreign power that I will call and let you know, or I won't push the damn button if 45 tells me to do it, and told foreign powers that he would undermine the president, needs to resign or be fired. He literally admitted to a coup d'etat where the military would be in control of our government and not the civilian president.
Well, I mean, that's
the underlying factor of our entire democracy is about we control the military. The military does not control the people. That is the choice of the general saying, my authority is more than my boss's. That is completely out of chain of command. That is an actual act of treason.
Yeah, well, that sounds like what Trump was trying to do. I'm just saying.
How did I know you were going to do that?
I mean, that's what it does. I mean, the election happened. He said, we're going to use the military. We're going to, that's a coup. That's what they're charging him. That's what they're saying. Attempted coup. let's go into the.
I'd like to see that on a legal document, not headline news and a leftist rephrasing it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm so tired of everybody being anti right now and being so defensive of their own freaking side. This fucking crap is everywhere. And sitting there going, well, it's not like they're doing it. It's like, yeah, it is like they're doing it too. It is like it's going on that side. The reason you don't hear me yelling as much about the right now is because everyone else is yelling enough about the right that the three of me don't fucking matter. Look at the left too. Look at the people calling the shots. Look at the people directing the left. Look at the people directing the right. They're all in the wrong. And they're using us to turn each other against each other when the whole idea is, you know what? If there hadn't been so much... Oh, yeah, by the way, I have to mention Miss Pelosi spending $40-something million of our Social Security money to impeach the guy. Stop.
Let me play this this one. It says Biden economics is working. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris held the latest employment data that showed non-farm payroll increased by 187,000 jobs in July. And before I play this clip, I have to say that I mentioned this before in the other show, how like we give these presidents way too much credit. They take credit for stuff that they didn't have any real power over. And then you had COVID that happened, and that's what impacted jobs leaving and then jobs coming back, is recovery after COVID. Anyways, let me play this.
When President Biden and I took office, we decided to invest in the working people of America, to create millions of jobs. And as today's jobs numbers make clear, Bidenomics is working. Last month, we created 187,000 new jobs. That means today 187,000 more Americans are able to go to work, to provide for their family and invest in their future. Today's numbers reflect the point that President Biden has made many times. America's economy is strong and experiencing stable and steady growth. When President Biden and I took office,
and it just didn't have zero to do with the fact that COVID happened and all of these people lost their jobs, and then COVID is over now and people are coming back to work.
And don't forget, we sent $115 billion to Ukraine so far. It's funny. We sent them $115 billion. Did you know for $1 billion, you could build one of the largest state-of-the-art Star Trek-looking freaking hospitals around? That would be 2 per state.
And that would actually help people.
Imagine the housing, the studio style housing projects that could be put up for homeless people to live in. Heck, how about we just fix some of the freaking potholes and bridges? How about we force the people that actually use the rail system to help pay for it being fixed? I mean, after all, Biden's buddy Rupert made a whole lot of money when our potato in chief came into office because he shot that pipeline down. Because it didn't stop how much stuff was coming; it just changed where it was going through. So instead of going through the pipeline, it's still coming in on the trucks and the trains.
Yeah,
and that's owned by Potato and Chief's buddy.
Yeah,
that whole thing. It wasn't about land or this. It wasn't about ducks or turtles. It was about which way the money goes.
Yeah, and those pipelines really just make sense. We're not going to be off of the oil, the fossil fuels overnight, and it just makes more sense to transport them in that way using the pipelines. Let me read some tweet reply. It says, this one, it says, she has absolutely no idea what those numbers mean. Another comment, it says, we created 187,000 new jobs. The hardworking American enterprises keep growing besides absurd government taxes and bureaucracy, creating jobs and paying salaries. And politicians say they have created these jobs. Politicians are servant of the people, nothing else. And that's what I'm saying. Like all the time, these politicians take credit for stuff that they didn't have anything to do with. Let's see. Are there any more comments?
Well, I know if they really want to take credit for something, they could take credit for hundreds of thousands of people in jail, mostly people of color, over the last 30 years between the two of them. Between the laws they made and the laws they enforced.
Yeah. That's because prison is big business.
Well, if you follow the money, you'll find out that some of the people that own the private prisons backed the Democratic campaign this year, or you know what?
Yeah, that's true. The prison lobby is one of the biggest lobbies, and I don't think that people really understand. And they put money on both sides of the aisle. They don't care. They just want to keep on making their money, and they'll back whoever is going to make sure that they keep making money. Let me read another comment. It says, more people working 2 or 3 shitty jobs to cover the sky-high cost of groceries. Great work, guys. That's another part of this, is them talking about creating more jobs or whatever, and you got these people working multiple jobs, and that's what it is. Like they have to work these multiple jobs, so they're not going to be able to pay their freaking bills. It's not that, they're happy to work 3 jobs. They have to do it. Another comment.
I'm 55 years old. At 8-hour, which actually turns into a 10-hour food service shift, it wrecks me, man. It physically wrecks me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think people understand how much we work. Like, I'm going to work tomorrow. I work a double shift tomorrow, and I got to be there at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I probably won't get out of there till 10:30, 11 p.m. No, it'll be after 11. It'll be maybe 11:30. I'll be out of there if I'm lucky, and I'll get a break possibly, but it'll probably be just long enough to grab something to eat and keep it moving, And I don't think people really understand that, and freaking, I have to do it. That's how I make my money, though. If I'm there all day, I'm going to make money, It is what it is. And that's why I don't like these people that come in right before closing. I tell people, don't go to a restaurant right before closing. People want to go home to their families too, It's like you came in to eat at 10:45 and we close at 11. You don't know that I've been there since 10 a.m. and now I'm going to have to stay a little while longer, another 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, just because you decided to roll out of your bed 10 minutes before close to go eat at the restaurant.
Yeah, I'm now considered they're helping me out by giving me more hours. So basically, from their point of view, I got more chance to make money. From my point of view, now they make me supervise the closing every night, so I'm getting paid $2.13 an hour to have to stay there an extra 30 to 45 minutes and finish up any piece of side work that got missed or forgotten.
Yeah. And people don't go to restaurants right before it closed. You're really screwing yourself too. The food is not going to be the same. The service is not going to be the same. You're not getting the same quality of service. You're not getting the same quality of food. Just don't do it. You're screwing yourself. Another comment, it says, Biden economics did not create anything. Companies increased their own payrolls, not government. Another lie. And I make the argument all the time that
Please don't keep saying Bidenomics. Please, it's not a thing. Please don't make it a thing.
They're making it a thing.
I'm saying Bidenomics. Please don't make it a thing. It's fetch.
Yeah.
It's like fetch for Mean Girls. Let's not make that a thing.
I hate the way they be making up words all the time. Like, oh my God. But yeah, the argument I be making all the time is that, you know, the government doesn't have as much influence in your life as your job does, you know. Way more influence over your life is who your employer is and where you work at and that kind of thing over the government, you know. And so we miss that. And like I say, your job is not a democracy, you know. You don't have any say on anything related to your job, you know. But this is what has, you know, impact over your life way more than who the president is. It goes from left to right, Republican to Democrat, one president to another, and your life is still the same based on your job. Let's do a couple more. I can't stay on here too long, but I meant to cover the African stuff, so I really need to get to that. Let's do this one. It says a gold mine in Burkina Faso. This is what Europe wants. I don't understand the language that they're speaking. It's pretty cool that the gold is kind of locked up in the ice. It looks so pretty. I wonder, does that make it easier or more difficult to extract it? Interesting. So yeah, we're gonna get more into this to explain that.
That's in quartzite. That's a type of rock. It looks like ice, but it's a rock.
Oh, okay.
They take that and then they smash it and crush it and crush it and crush it, and then they fire it up, and then the gold melts out, and then the waste products and stuff and all of that. It actually is not that good for the environment, mining gold either, but.
So this one, it says, no more France. We don't want France. Protesters in Niger call for the withdrawal of 1,500 French troops from their country. Let's see, is this in English?
Je suis Hamza Tuyaye, j'ai été... Mais tout sauf la France. Nous ne voulons plus de la France.
Hold on, I'm going to read the captions. Protesters in Niger speaks out against France and
Mais tout sauf la France.
It says, but no more France. We don't want France.
Nous ne voulons plus de la France. La France doit...
If I were France, I would be ashamed to even talk about Niger.
Et si même la France a honte, moi à la place de la France, voilà, je ne veux même pas parler du Niger. Vraiment, ils ont...
Macron has no shame.
honte. Macron a honte. Et billahi lazi, wallahi.
France and United States, all countries that have an invisible hand, especially in Niger.
Là, je vous assure, s'il plaît à Dieu, que ce soit Tinubu, que ce soit Macron, que ce soit les États-Unis, tous ceux qui ont une main invisible derrière les pays africains, plus particulièrement le Niger. Je me présente au...
It says, as other reactionaries say, the situation is serious, but as I say, summer is propitious. Summer is propitious for all Nigerians, for all Africans.
Frères et sœurs, amis de lutte, l'éminent peuple nigérien, recevez mes sincères
to be able to create the conditions that allow us to have a free Africa.
salutations amicales et patriotiques.
Je suis Hamza
I have been a journalist.
Tuyaye, j'ai été journaliste pendant 15 ans à l'ORTN.
Because of my political views, I have had to leave national television.
À cause de mes opinions politiques, j'ai dû quitter la télévision nationale. Maintenant, ce matin,
Today I have come since this morning to march with the Nigerian people.
je suis venu marcher avec l'ensemble du peuple nigérien. C'est une marche
In a Republican march to say no to France, no to Macron.
républicaine pour dire non à la petite France, Non au petit Macron qu'on ne veut plus des troupes
We no longer want the French with us.
françaises chez nous.
So, yeah, let me see. I have more on this. Let me find it. This one, it says, isn't it amazing how the United States can illegally occupy Syria and Niger and scream about Ukraine's sovereignty at the same time? The Pentagon stated that it will keep its contingent in Niger, about 1,000 soldiers, regardless of the demand of the military junta to end military cooperation with this country. This means another illegal occupation like the one in Syria. Now it's the USA's turn to be kicked out of all sports like Russia, but wait. It says Africa, new battleground of the imperial powers to continue the loot and plunder. Nigeria Army internal docs seem to confirm that Nigeria will move in as per ECOWAS plan for military intervention in Niger to restore pro-West regime. I have some more clips on this. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I'm pressing too many buttons. Give me a second. Give me a second. So it's been a bunch of developments over there. And then you had the coup that happened recently. Hold on. Give me a second. Is this part of it? No. I want to cover that before I go to the reason why I don't like RFK. It's this one. It says, any African country fighting against Niger will have to face the risk to have its own population raising up against its own government. Africans know very well which government is sovereign and which one is Western control. Africans will not fight against another African country that has achieved self-determination. The Senegalese government has announced today that it will send military forces to support any kind of armed intervention led by ECOWAS against the military junta, which has taken control after the recent coup d'etat in Niger. So far, the ECOWAS members of Nigeria, Senegal, and Ivory Coast have all stated they will assist with the military operations against Niger. Yep, sad situation. Let's see, it says, this is a post tweet reply. It says, I've seen these posts stating there were regional countries taking side for and against in possible military intervention. In your opinion, who has the best trained army and or the best equipment army in that region of potential conflict? Another one, it says, it's not even a competition. Niger has a stronger military than almost all of the countries in West Africa combined. Another one, it says, do you think if the operation is successful that ECOWAS troops could stay in Niger to prevent another coup? Another comment, it says, they would likely remain in the country for a short period of time as a peacekeeping force. However, they wouldn't have to assist in the foundation of the new government considering one already exists. Another one says, those look like Vietnam era M16s. Another comment that says, so basically World War III will include Western and Central Africa. Another comment that says, Nigeria alone has an 8 times bigger army than Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. If ECOWAS goes through, I doubt the other two will do anything. Mali and Burkina Faso are already very much cornered by terrorist groups and Tuareg rebels. It now depends on Niger's junta and ECOWAS. A couple more comments. It says, don't forget Wagner in Russia. Another one, it says, I hope they take off the BFA if they go into battle. Another one, here comes the black on black violence, all in support of their white colonials. colonists. There's a clip from the president or whatever. Damn it. I keep clicking too fast. Once I go all the way in, I'll be trying to come out and I click back too far. I have to be careful because there's no telling what the hell will pop up on this damn Twitter page. These are all my retweets. When I go through and I look for stuff that I want to cover, I retweet them to make it easier for me to find it. Is this the one I'm looking for? Hold on, y'all.
Set up a second email address with an account and use that Twitter account just for your show, just for planning your show. That also will stop you from getting hits from some of the other stuff that you is randomly on your feed and stuff like that. It's like, oh shit, you shouldn't have seen that.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. This one, Sankara, the anti-debt icon. It says, following the widely supported military overthrow of the French-aligned president of Niger, the West has cut aid to the country to retaliate and arm twist the new leadership into reinstating the deposed head of state. Shameful as the tactic is, using aid to control and manipulate African leaders is not a new concept, but one that the West has used for decades. Pan-Africanist and revolutionary figureheads Thomas Sankara, who on this day 40 years ago became Burkina Faso's president, had warned fellow African leaders to be wary of the West's carrot and stick method of using aid and debt to keep the continent in the shackles of neocolonialism. Sankara urged African leaders to unite against the World Bank and the IMF and warned that if it was just his country, Burkina Faso, taking on the Western institutions, then he would not be alive for long. Sadly, as he predicted, Sankara was assassinated less than 3 months after he delivered this iconic speech on the 15th of October, 1987. The recent events in Niger shows that the late Sankara's message is still relevant as it was 3 decades ago. Hold on, let me take the sound out. It says Thomas Sankara wanted to end Africa's debt slavery. He urged African leaders to unite against the World Bank. Is this going to say the same thing I just read? Hold on.
Celui qui ne le souhaite pas, il peut sortir, prendre son avion et aller tout de suite à la Banque mondiale payer. Tous nous souhaitons que notre conférence adopte la.
He's talking about paying the debt and so forth. That's basically the same as what I was reading. I'm looking for this interview clip. Hold on, I have it here somewhere. Where is it? Here it is.
Nous avons lancé l'idée. Bien sûr, nous.
It says, of course, we launched the idea, by the way.
Nous avons lancé.
This is Ibrahim Traoré, president of Burkina Faso.
C'est l'idée. D'ailleurs, qui n'est pas bien appréciée.
It says, which is not well appreciated by some in ECOWAS.
Par certains de la CEDEAO.
So you must have seen the images from some conferences.
Voilà, vous avez dû voir les images dans certaines.
Where they don't agree that we can federate.
Certaines conférences où ils sont pas d'accord qu'on puisse fédérer. Eh ben, il faut que les gens comprennent.
Well, people need to understand that.
Que en rang dispersé, ça sera difficile.
In scattered ranks, it's going to be difficult.
On va se battre, mais il faut que l'Afrique arrive à s'unir.
We're going to fight, but Africa needs to be able to unite.
Et plus on s'unit, plus on est efficace. Nous
We are currently evaluating a lot of things with Mali.
sommes en train d'évaluer actuellement beaucoup de choses avec le Mali, surtout sur le domaine économique.
Especially in the economic sphere.
Sur le côté défense, déjà.
On the defense side, we already have agreements.
On a des accords, hein, ça c'est déjà scellé.
Those are already sealed.
Les Maliens.
The Malians came to us. The Malians come to us. It really is. It's the same army.
Ils viennent chez nous, c'est vraiment c'est la même armée. On fait tout ensemble, on s'entraîne
In fact, we do everything together.
ensemble On combat
We train together, we fight together on land, in the
ensemble.
air.
Terrestre, aérien, tout se
Everything is going well.
passe bien. Et voilà.
And in the economic sphere, we are also currently reflecting.
Donc, le volet économique aussi, on est en train de réfléchir. On a beaucoup de flux
We have a lot of common trade flows to strengthen.
d'échanges commerciaux.
Trade flows, sorry.
Comment renforcer, comment.
So there are a lot of parameters to take into account.
Voilà, il y a beaucoup de paramètres à prendre en compte. Et voilà.
We cannot rule out that another state will federate with us.
N'exclut pas qu'un État, notre État vienne fédérer avec nous. Donc le processus est en cours.
So the process is ongoing, and the sooner it comes, the better.
Voilà. Et plus tôt ça va venir, mieux c'est. Donc s'il y a d'autres États qui sont
So if there are other states that are interested,
intéressés, c'est sûr que on va
for sure we will move closer to Guinea.
aller vers la Guinée. Et s'il y a d'autres États intéressés,
And if others are interested, we need to unite more.
il faut qu'on puisse s'unir. C'est ce que la jeunesse demande.
It's what young people are demanding. So yeah, they're talking about, when he says federate, he's talking about, you know, different African countries coming together, you know, to fight against basically colonialism or whatever, to the separation of the African countries, you know, getting them to work together so that they can, you know, improve the plight of Africans, you know, instead of having all of these other countries coming in there and tearing their stuff up. So, and it's a mess because of that coup that happened, you know. Like I say, whenever these countries try to look out for their people, all of a sudden there's a coup. So, African country waging war against another African country in order to protect Western colonialism. It says Nigeria's president has asked the country's Senate to support a military intervention in Niger. So, you know, after the coup has happened, then you have the countries that are next to them that are trying to come together so that they can, you know, protect that country. So the one that I just played, it was saying Burkina Faso's president, Ibrahim Traoré, we're going to fight, but Africa needs to be able to unite. The more united we are, the more effective we are. The Malians come to us, it's really the same army. We train together, we fight together, so forth and so on. I already read that. Let me see. Do I have tree replies on this? Nah, a bunch of trash. I can't read that. It's a different language. It says, he is right because only union, respect, and fight for the right of truth can strength and victory be achieved. Another one that says, I've been advocating for the United States of West Africa, Nigeria since 1993 to 2023. I predict it will come to a reality between 2030 and 2040. The consolidation of the 15 ECOWAS and the 6 CMAC nations, including Mauritania and Western Sahara, into one political government entity. And that's what what's his name was trying to do. And that's the reason why they killed him, because keeping these countries separated is what makes them weak. You know, when the day comes when they actually get together, get under similar currencies, you know, have like a NATO for Africa, like, then you won't be able to have these other countries coming in and taking over. You won't be able to have all these coups and so forth and so on. They'll be able to protect their natural resources and protect their people. You know, you can't knock them for wanting, you know, any country that wants to protect themselves and take care of their people, you can't be mad at that. The thing is, you got the private capital, you know, you have the these corporations, they just want to be able to exploit them and take their resources and you know, for their own personal profits, instead of letting the people profit from their resources. And then they say that the Africans, they just can't get it together. They have corrupt government, da 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 da. like these outside influences don't have nothing to do with the conditions that's going on in Africa. Ever since they went over there and they had the Berlin conference, I want to say, and they chopped up Africa and broke it into pieces, created the countries that we have today, you know, that it's been like this. Because even a lot of those countries aren't like proper, because those regions have ethnic groups that go past those borders, and they don't even really recognize those borders. You know, they were put on them by outside people, and the people of Africa don't really recognize that stuff, but they have to a certain extent, because that's just the way it goes after being colonized. Anyways, I know a lot of people probably don't even know what we're talking about here. Become more aware of what's going on in the world. Before I go, I want to do the this RFK guy.
The Palestinian Authority will pay.
I'm liking him less and less and less as a result of his stance on Israel.
If you kill a Jew anywhere in the world and you're a Palestinian, the Palestinian Authority will pay you money for that.
I mean, it does not even pass the smell test. You just hear that and you don't know whether to laugh or cry that somebody can make that claim in seriousness. It is completely baseless. It has no relationship to reality whatsoever. And it's funny, right? You could stop there and just say he's inventing stuff. But because I know where that smear comes from, I think it's worth elaborating on just a little bit. What Palestinians have in the West Bank, the authority there, is a system in which any Palestinian who is killed or imprisoned by Israel, their family gets compensation. And the overwhelming majority of people who benefit from that are victims of Israel's brutal occupation. They are victims of Israel's daily violence, just to live without rights under occupation, to use any kind of legitimate means to resist that occupation, to simply be a bystander when Israel decides to escalate its violence. Those are the overwhelming majority of victims. And it's people organizing legitimately against that occupation who end up filling up Israel's dungeons. It's children who are throwing rocks at Israeli tanks that pass down their streets, who end up in Israeli dungeons under military detention. The families of Palestinians who suffer that kind of violence get compensation. And then somebody caught on to the fact that Palestinians who engage in violence are not exempt. Their families are not exempt from that welfare. So people started, finding one example here or there of a Palestinian who committed an act of violence, ended up either being killed or imprisoned by Israel, and saying, how come their families are getting benefits? And the Palestinian Authority's position is, we're not going to dive that deep. Families of any Palestinians who are killed or imprisoned will get benefits. And that started being spun as a program in which the Palestinian Authority is paying people in order to attack Jews, which is just utter and complete nonsense. And expansion of that to say that the Palestinian Authority is offering bounties for people who kill Jews anywhere in the world, I mean, it's just such a grotesque lie. Again, that's the part where it's hard for me to imagine that RFK Jr. is naive enough to hear that and not investigate whether it's true or not. And that's part of the reason why I feel like this must be cynical. This must be serving particular interests who want that kind of rhetoric out there, rather than it being sincere, because I can't imagine how anybody would hear that without really questioning or investigating to see whether it's true or not.
Yeah, man. I'm liking this guy less and less. Some of the stuff he says is good, but this guy, I guess he wants to be president, so he says the things that will help get him there, I guess. I don't know. That's the typical politician stuff. And, I wanted to see him as not a typical politician, but the more he talks, the more I see that he is a typical politician. And I don't mean that as a compliment.
Well, I don't know if you've actually paid attention more than your little clips on Twitter and stuff like that, but about 2 months ago, they got to him. If you've been paying attention to what he has to say, how he says things, his timeline, all of that.
You talking about when he got in trouble with the tweet, the tweet they got on him?
No, I'm talking about 2 months ago. The way he says things changed. the way he's coming at things changed. It
Because they
became
got on
more
him.
in line. They came at him. They threatened him.
Yeah, they came at him because he did a tweet. He was defending some guy related to Israel, and then they got on his case, and then he changed his tune. You know, the Israel lobby, they're really powerful. You know,
They told him he was going to end up like his three brothers. Or they had the Democratic Party threaten to cut him loose.
yeah,
Because all of a sudden you were hearing, you know, RFK versus the Democrats, and now you're not hearing that anymore.
yeah.
The Democrats
Well,
didn't like him. Now he's okay again. They got to him, man.
they did, and so the Democratic Party is an extension of Israel. So like they get influenced by Israel. So that's what it was. I mean, the influence of Israel.
Actually, most of your Democrats, especially your left-leaning ones, are pro-Palestine.
Yeah, no,
Your AOC, all your Big Five, they're all pro-Israel.
but they don't.
pro-Palestine.
Yeah, but those people don't represent the Democratic Party as a whole. Those are outliners. You know, those are the few. Those are the minority, for sure. The Democrats support Israel overall. You just got those few that support Palestine. You know, as an institution, the Democratic Party supports
Strangely
Israel.
enough, all the Democrats that support Palestine are also Bernie Sanders Democratic socialism supporters too.
I would say that's true, and I wouldn't say I wouldn't take that as a bad thing. Let me read some.
I do, because it's an oxymoron.
Well, let me read some tweet replies. It says, "I don't think Palestine activist is qualified to fact check. More like confirmation bias." What do they mean by this?
They're
Palestinian
meaning
activist.
the guy, the Palestinian activist, trying to change that rhetoric around and stuff like that. This comes from back before Hamas changed their tune, because not even a few years ago, less than a handful of years ago, Hamas, the leaders of Palestine, literally their slogan was "Death to all Jews." I mean, literally. And they changed that. They're trying to make peace and all that. You know, they said we're not. That was a different part of us. We're doing all this stuff different now. And you know, I know people on both sides of this argument. I know people that live on both sides of that wall. And both of them are saying that the stuff that we're hearing is nowhere near what's really going on. It's not as bad as one side is, and it's worse, but it is worse. It's not as bad as the Palestinians say, but it's a little worse than or actually it's not as bad as Palestine isn't doing to Israel as badly as Israel claims, and Israel is not doing to Palestine as badly as Palestine claims. Is what I'm hearing from both sides. That we're ramping this crazy shit up, and because of it, Americans blindly throw money at both sides. That's what I started doing recently, following the money.
Let me read another tweet reply. It says, "What matters isn't who I am, it's what I'm saying is true. But if credentials concern you, Karen, know that I wrote my master's thesis on this issue, spoke about it at UN forums, and debated it on leading media outlets and at colleges and universities throughout the country." So I don't know who is this guy?
That's the guy that was speaking.
The one who,
yeah, the activist that was saying that, you know, that was explaining where it comes from.
okay,
Which
yeah, he
I
sounds.
wish he would. I wish he would include the bad parts, but activists don't do that. I mean, he's not speaking bridging the gap. He's speaking, you know, pro one side, anti the other. I mean, the truth is there is a basis in what he said, but no, they're not giving. There's not a bounty on Jews around the world.
I read another one of his comments. He says, "Notice the Israel pilots who drop bombs on Gaza's children and the snipers who murder Palestinian medics and journalists. They all draw salaries from the Israeli government. But these hypocrites don't call that pay for slay because they don't give a damn about Palestinian life." Another comment says, "You say your father was driven out of the West Bank in 1967 when it was occupied by Israel, but Jordan occupied the West Bank from 1948 to 1967 and expelled all the Jews. You don't consider Jordan an occupier, but only Jews are occupiers. Your parents fled to allow Arab armies to invade in order to kill all the Jews. There are several ethnic groups in Levant. It doesn't belong to Arab Muslims. It wasn't your land. Jews had a right to live there and buy land and make a country. Israel is just as legitimate as Jordan, a country ruled by the Hashemites from Saudi Arabia, who are occupiers."
Nice. Thank you. See, I know what he's talking about. I can't say all that. I don't know the right words in that particular history, but that's what I've been talking about when I've been talking about there's at least seven different claims on that on all of that.
I want to read a reply to that tweet. It says, "I think you have been fed by this sick and misleading narrative, and sadly you still are." Another one, it says, "So basically Palestinians should just shut their mouth and just let Israel rule all of that land and live as second-class citizens, correct? Or they can just move to Kuwait or Lebanon or Jordan."
See, that's more of the myopic kind of, oh, one side, your side, oh, you're dumb, you don't know, you know, it's that, like I said, there are other claims, and all we're hearing is one side versus one side. You know, we're not hearing the history of how some of this went down. We're just hearing what's going on now, which is ignorant overreaction to bad things that happen, which is pretty much the history. It's exactly what's happening in the world everywhere right now. We're reacting very fucking badly and trying to overcompensate for things instead of trying to steady the boat. We're all throwing ourselves to one side or the other to try to get it to the side we think it should be, instead of realizing that we need to steady the boat, not rock it further to one side or the other.
And read another tweet reply. It says, "The claim that RFK made is included in multiple DoD documents and media sources it prefers to circulate. Though false, it is not all that surprising that he and other government representatives repeat it." Yeah, I think that RFK is not as educated on that topic as he appears to be. And I think that he just parrots rhetoric that he hears from other places to sound like he's educated on that topic. And read another comment. It says, "These hate mongers are liars. They openly call for the destruction of Israel. They launch Iranian rockets from schools, hospitals, and Al Jazeera studios. On Fridays, their imams in Al-Aqsa call for the killing of Jews. They lie that Jews aren't from the Middle East." Another one, it says, "Has it occurred to you or your Palestinian activist friend that maybe RFK Jr., as the son of the former AG and nephew of a sitting president, might actually know a little bit more about this stuff than you guys do. Maybe just a little bit. No, he doesn't. He clearly doesn't.
Not if he's claiming that there's an actual bounty paid for Jews. Because no offense, if there was a bounty being paid for Jews, what Middle Eastern and I'm going to be an asshole, racist sounding motherfucker here, but what Middle Eastern person you know isn't going to go out and start collecting money if they can kill some Jews over it? I mean, that's cash in the bank with permission. I don't know many of the, emotionally invested people in this that wouldn't be like, well, hell yeah, let's go to some country off in the middle of nowhere. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, pay me.
Yeah, I don't even think they have to be Arabs or anything. You know, you got mercenaries who do this type of thing, for a living.
You don't think BlackRock would be taking scalps here and there?
Yeah. You'd have people from all over the world coming to cash in on that. Let me read another one. It says, I don't think RFK has a lot of credibility here, but he also has a point. The PA shouldn't be paying compensation to people who suffer as a result of violence they inflicted on others, regardless of the motive. That said, RFK is just another run-of-the-mill politician. Basically what I was saying. Another comment, it says, I was so hopeful to hear candidates seek a world strategy of peace over the strategy of annihilation, but the Israel talk sounds to me like it comes out of the strategy of annihilation. I love to hear him come around on this wishful thinking. I think if he would get a lot more voters if he was across the board, more fair, if you will. Yeah. He definitely lost me. Another comment, it says, the fund began around 2001 or so with stipends from Saddam Hussein for that purpose. The claim by the Israelis that this was providing financial incentive for suicide bombers led to Israel's home demolition policy, ostensibly to offset any financial gain, but really punitive. Like, it doesn't make any sense. If you are what did they say? Suicide bomber. How are you going to collect some freaking money? Like, you're dead. Like, that's so much bullshit. And they use this as an excuse for the home demolition policy. So that's what they do. They use these lies to do the bullshit that they want to do off top. They just want to take these people's houses, and then they use stuff like this as an excuse to do it. Shit that's not even true. Another comment says, if it was true, you wouldn't be hearing it from him first, is all I'm saying, and pretty sure Bibi wouldn't put up with it either. Another comment says, imagine his fellow presidential hopeful Cornel West saying that. No, neither can I. Nope. Another one, it says, I love his 40-year-old Golan Globus inspired APEC talking points. Old ass, debunked ass, fucking not unfucking educated ass comments. Another one, it says, further proof I'm right not to trust him. Another comment, it says, I would love to see more of this kind of content from Bree, but less obsession with electoral politics. RFK really doesn't matter. To the extent he's brought this issue into mainstream consumption, it's good to correct, but focus on popular topics will be more useful. I guess the reason why she's covering this is to show the credibility of RFK, or lack thereof in this topic. Another comment, it says, again, another sad and disappointing aspect of RFK Jr. And as it follows, if there is something nefarious going on, what else is going on that we don't know? How can you trust him? I cannot. Another comment says, I've learned that RFK Jr. has chosen to dig in on the position. It's for good reason. I don't know much about this issue, but I'm inclined to think the guy probably has some points worth considering. Why do you make a comment if you don't know what the hell you're talking about? Everybody wants to have something to say. You can't even make an opinion. You don't know anything.
You do that for 4 hours twice a week.
Okay. Touche. Let's do this right here. This is a map. I think I've shown this before. Russia's aggressive expansion since 1987. Oops, this is actually NATO. Nothing to see here. Keep it moving. So this shows the countries that were added to NATO. And then, I think it goes back to World War II when they were saying, just don't expand NATO to Russian borders and we won't have a problem. And that's been exactly what they've been doing. Hold on, let me take
Here's
this
the
out.
problem. They're using a whole bunch of deceitful stuff here too, man. They need to superimpose this with the map of the things that Russia was doing too. Because a lot of this expansion started in 1993 when Russia started invading other places. It's very reactionary if you look at it.
I don't know how true that is, but
Yeah,
either
'cause I
way,
pointed it out. I sent you the maps. I went over literally the dates of everything, and all you said was, well, that sounds like mainstream, when not a bit of it had been talked about in the mainstream.
either way, I mean, you look at the colors on this map right here. It shows Russia over here in the orange, and the NATO members are the dark blue. And you can see as the dates move forward, you got more and more of the dark blue
But
right
why
up
don't
on
you
the
tie
Russian border.
that? Why don't you superimpose Russian attacks and things like that on the surrounding countries? Because they don't want you to see that. They just want you to see how NATO went forward. They don't want you to see how it went forward in reaction to movements that were done. I mean, that's the real thing. There's multiple storylines here going on at the same time. You are leaning toward anti-Russia. I'm not leaning pro-Russia. I'm just leaning, hey, look at how things happen. I'm not a fan of Russia because I watched what they did and I've read the documents and things coming out. However, I'm with you with seeing, yeah, they're getting surrounded. They got people on their friggin' borders. That would be like half of South America all of a sudden becoming Russian allies.
And
we lose non-Russian lines too. But if you'll notice that big change right there where a whole bunch of people all of a sudden made a treaty and started moving over, that started around 1993. That's when Russia started getting aggressive with foreign countries and expanding.
Yeah, I
It
think
was a
that regardless,
reactionary move.
I mean, either way, like I say, I mean, I'm not whether I'm on Russia's side or not. I mean, having these people right on your border, you can't blame Russia for not being happy about that. That's all I'm saying. Because, like you said, if they did the same thing to right
Yeah,
outside
like
the
I
United
said,
States, how would the United States react?
I agree about it. I agree about it too. But you know what? If America moved in and took the northern part of Mexico and said, "Oh, well, it's lawless there. Your government's not taking care of things. It's affecting the things that are going on in our country. So, you know, so we're just going to go ahead and take care of this and occupy it for you." What would happen? All of South America would go into a treaty. Boom, 1993, that big shift in those colors. And then from there, it's just been a back and forth. You know, oh, well, we're going to get this country over. Well, oh, well, we need this right here. You're not going to stop us from having this, so we need to get this. Oh, well, that pushes other countries over the line now. And you'll notice a lot of neutral countries have gone over to, I think 3 other countries went over to NATO since they invaded Ukraine the second time. They've already taken land from Ukraine. Matter of fact, that first war between them and Ukraine was when the Nazi units came into power.
Sorry, go ahead.
Because the Ukrainian forces got their asses handed to them by the Russian regular troops. And it was the Nazi militias that rose up in those areas and helped fight back and did a whole lot of the, were heroes. And then that's how they got a foothold in the government.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other part that can't be left out.
Mind you, not blaming Russia for it happening, just saying if they hadn't invaded, if that shit hadn't gone down the way it did, they wouldn't have a whole bunch of Nazis in the leadership of Ukraine right now.
Well, the other part that can't be left out either is like all of these countries were a part of Russia, not that long ago. See, you see the red? Let me pause it right here. All of these countries were a part of Russia, including Ukraine. So Belarus, all of this, so those parts became not Russia, and then they became part of NATO later.
Yeah, they withdrew because Russia started going after other countries. They left Russia. Remember, the old USSR. If you look at the color, it wasn't part of Russia. It was USSR, which dissolved. 13 member states, and they all dissolved. See, that's the color you were looking at. See, they were all Russia. No, they weren't all Russia. Russia is what was left as one of the countries, the largest, most powerful country from the dissolution of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic. See, stop right there. That's not all Russia. That's, if you look at the legend on your map to the left, that's the USSR. Remember, they dissolved.
Yeah.
We are no longer a country. We are now 13 individual states. Which, by the way, I think they did that so they could get more votes on the UN and the World Councils. Because things were not going well for Russia at that time.
Yeah, they was catching it. Yeah, they was going through it.
Yeah, I'm not saying Russia hasn't been picked on, but I'm saying that this switch over to NATO is more of a response to their actions than everyone just going, hey, let's fuck with Russia.
Let me do a couple of quick stories and then
it's like there's two bullies in the schoolyard. You've got this one and that one. This one's fairly calm, not bombing people. All of a sudden, this guy here pulls someone down and beats the hell out of him. You're going to go run to the other big guy and hope that they're going to protect you. Meanwhile, the other bully is sitting there going, well, he's ganging up. He's getting a whole lot of people, so I'm going to have to get stronger and tougher and bigger. It's like, oh, well, we need the stuff here, so we're going to Russia's playing a chess game while NATO's playing checkers.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's do a couple of quick stories and then get out of here.
We strongly support the very strong leadership of ECOWAS on Niger. We believe that the work that ECOWAS is doing and the statements it's made are important, strong, and have our support.
So that's what we were talking about earlier. It says Blinken backs ECOWAS warmongering It says gushing praise from the U.S. for ECOWAS. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says Washington supports the West African Alliance strong leadership on Niger. True to warmongering form, he said America backed the recent statements made by ECOWAS, which, let's recall, included threats to intervene militarily in the African nation. The new leadership in Niamey, meanwhile, shows no signs of being cowed, neither by ECOWAS sabre rattling nor by U.S. pressure. Thousands of citizens have been taken to the street to show their support for the country's new direction, away from ex-colonizer France and its ongoing exploitation of the country in terms of resources and military bases. The U.S., as well as Italy and the EU, also have troops stationed in the country, a fact decried by locals. Should ECOWAS carry out its threat of war, Niger has already received staunch support from fellow anti-imperialist government in Burkina Faso and Mali, who have declared that any attack on Niamey will be regarded as an attack on them. Couple comments. It says, the white man putting African brothers against each other because of the dollar sign and of the interests of the West. Africa, open your eyes. Another one, it says, if ECOWAS intervenes, I fully expect to see protests, revolts, and possibly even coups in the West African countries. Everyone sees what's happening and knows this is an opportunity for Africa to reclaim its future. Another one, it says, we don't care about USA. We, Nigeria, do not support any ECOWAS action. We do not want Bola Tinubu to be our president, and he's not our president. Another comment, it says, the support of Ukraine coup in 2014 caused its favors them. They support and romance Paul Biya of Cameroon because it favors them. Senegalese government is currently killing her citizens, witch hunting oppositions, and no cry of human rights and democracy because it favors them. Anyone who rates America's democracy in this current world needs to have its brain checked. The U.S. supported and armed jihadist terrorists who destroyed Syria, same time claimed to fight same faction in Sahel, Africa. Hypocrisy of the U.S. empire is glaring to even a blind man. Couple more. It says, America is done. The empire is over because they do nothing but wars. ECOWAS is a West puppet. The West and Russia want African nations to fight against each other so they can take from them. It says, we don't care what you support. Another one, it says, U.S. should mind their business. There is so much wrong with their own country. Two more and I'm
If you think about it, America right now pretty much is England at the beginning of America. We're gun runners. We're
the colonizers.
No, we're not even. We're not really colonizers. We don't want. Yeah, we want to buy the shit from them. We don't want to actually go in there and see. Colonizers went in with the idea of we're going to come down here, we're going to live, we're going to make money, and we're going to make the lives better. We're going to make schools, we're going to make roads, we're going to build infrastructure. Like India. India could not be what it was today without the colonization of England. Seriously. I mean, and I'm not saying that in a good way or a bad way or anything like that. We're not even trying to colonize. It's actually better for us to just build some roads down there, not put money into education, not put money into the people, have them work that would be how you would colonize now. Keep them dumb, keep them poor, keep them requiring the businesses that you build down there to create income for their country.
Well, that's what the IMF and the World Bank does.
Well, they're doing that to the entire world, though. They're not doing that they're doing that to first world nations, too. I mean, that's why they had to destroy the middle class over the last few years. That's why they had to increase the gap from what it means to be poor to what it means to be doing well, and increase the gap between what it means to be doing well and what it means to be doing good, which also increases the gap between doing good and actually being able to become rich.
Mm.
They need to stretch these gaps because that's how they have control. The ladder is still there. They just put the rings 7 feet apart for a population that's only about 6 feet tall.
Mm. Couple more comments. It says, hope African leaders will use their brains and avoid what's coming. This is a setup. The evil West will never want you to succeed. One more. It says, where have you ever supported what is good before now? We don't care what you support. We Nigerians and most of ECOWAS members will never support military intervention in our continent. Niger is our brothers, and we will resolve this issue peacefully. Stay in your country and continent, please. Yeah, like they really care. We know they don't.
U.S. plans to deploy Marines on board commercial ships sailing in the Persian Gulf area after Iran has seized oil tankers a number of times in recent months. Let's get right to ABC's chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, this is a remarkable escalation in the long-standing tensions with Iran.
It is, and with the hope here tonight is that this will be an effective deterrent to Iran's aggression. Tonight, we are told that the U.S. military is prepared to offer protection to commercial ships to try and stop Iran from seizing and harassing civilian vessels, as in scenes like this one. We have some video of this. The plan is unprecedented, but we are told it is likely to be approved. U.S. Marines have already been training for this for the past 2 weeks. Now, the plan is to put armed personnel in teams of 20 on commercial ships that request protection. The Marines would have the right to self-defense, and while the intention here is to put Iran on notice, there is no question it increases the risk of miscalculation or possible confrontation with Iran.
Mary Bruce at the White House, thank you. We're getting new information tonight about U.S. plans to deploy Marines on board commercial ships sailing in the Persian Gulf area.
That's interesting stuff right there, right? So ABC Worlds Tonight, it says, has the latest on the dramatic move from the U.S. to place Marines on board commercial ships sailing into the Persian Gulf to deter Iran from seizing oil tankers.
I got one thing to say. If the oil tanker is owned by an American company, I'm not opposed to it. But we should not be putting Marines on ships that are not registered to an American company. I know that sounds really weird, but if we're really just there to stop piracy and things like that, then we should only be protecting American assets, period, in the statement. And if not, why are they even putting military on there? Don't they have the Black Ops to just hire BlackRock?
I'm saying that's what I was going to say. I mean, like, I don't understand why you would have the military at all related to some kind of private thing. Like, shouldn't the military just be used to like protect American lives or whatever? Like, you're using military guys to, protect some company's assets. Like, is that what these people signed up for? Like, I don't understand that.
Well, they are operating outside of the United States, protecting U.S. assets, personnel, and blah, blah, blah. That's why I don't mind them being on American ships that are owned by American companies.
Yeah, none of these companies, these companies are not like American, if you will. Like, they always have like investors around the world. Like, and like, how much loyalty do these companies have with America? Like, They ship their
Every
jobs
single
overseas.
oil company between Vanguard and BlackRock and Vanguard literally own somewhere between 10 to 20% of every single oil and energy company out there
And that's
as
what I'm
their hedge
saying.
fund.
Yeah, investment firms are the ones that own these companies. And then anybody could be that person, from around the world. So I don't see. I mean, like, it would be really difficult to really determine which companies are owned, by Americans or whatever.
Like I
Especially
said,
once it's a
if
big
it's
company like that.
an American-owned company or ships that are ported as an American port. Okay, every ship has a registered port of call. Basically, this is where we come from. Any ship that has an American port of call, I have no problem with a military asset being put on there as long as it is only for external security and they have nothing that can be said or done about internal security on the ship.
Well, even if
They're
the
not
ship,
there to police the ship from insiders. They're there to protect the ship from foreign intervention.
even
Period.
if the ship has an American port of call, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's from a company that's owned by Americans.
Okay,
Actual
okay.
Americans.
See, stop. Maritime law is different. That's where port of call, where it's registered. If it's registered as an American port, it is an American ship. It don't matter what company owns it or anything like that. It is an American ship by maritime law.
Let me read some comments. This one, it says, I sure hope these billion-dollar companies are going to pay for our military services. Another comment, it says, can't put military personnel on our border, but we will put them on ships. What the F? Another comment, it says, this is similar to oil companies using the U.S. military to invade Iraq and secure oil fields. Another comment, it says, another Biden administration L.
And no, they cannot deploy U.S. troops on the border.
Another comment,
They
it says,
cannot deploy military troops inside the border of the United States. That is a direct violation of the Constitution.
Another comment, it says, someone please capture video of Marines annihilating pirates. It's the heartwarming content I crave. Another comment, it says, Iran does not want any problems with the United States. That government would get taken out very quickly. Another comment, it says, they poked the bear. Another comment, it says, good, this will keep the trade routes flowing. Another comment, it says, hell yeah, that would be a blast. Semper Fi, go earn that car. Another comment says, again, we have the wrong people in charge and have had the wrong people in charge for a very long time. A couple more. It says, you better believe I'm not fighting in whatever they're about to start. One more, it says, LOL, Iran really likes to learn the hard way. They're going to get knocked back even further into the Stone Age. These are not very knowledgeable comments, I would say. Let's see this one. It says Republicans keep being charged for meddling with voting equipment and trying to prove voter fraud. They allegedly committed felonies, by Abigail Weinberg. It says, Mother Jones Mag posted this. The former President Trump's persecution for alleged conspiracy wasn't the only election meddling case this week. Two Michigan Republicans were arraigned Tuesday on felony charges related to tampering with voting equipment in an effort to prove that 2020 presidential election was rigged, writes Abigail Weinberg. Matt DePerno, a former Michigan Republican state attorney general candidate, was charged with conspiracy and undue possession of voting machine, while former Michigan State Representative Dare Rendon was charged with conspiracy to commit undue possession of a voting machine and false pretenses. On Thursday, another Michigan attorney, Stephanie Lambert, was charged with improper possession of a voting machine, conspiracy to improperly possess a voting machine, conspiracy to gain unauthorized access to a computer system, and willfully damaging a voting machine. Perpetrators of the scheme allegedly brought 5 voting tabulators to a hotel room and performed tests on them. Some of the defendants claimed that local election clerks willingly offered up the voting machines for testing. The case bears some similarities to the one against Tina Peters, a Colorado County clerk who allegedly illegally obtained election information that wound up online. Peters unsuccessfully ran for Colorado Secretary of State last year. DePerno's Michigan Attorney General campaign also failed, though not as spectacularly as Peters. In Georgia, Trump attorney Sidney Powell, one of Trump's alleged co-conspirators in the plot to overturn the 2020 election, reportedly oversaw a team that copied voter information from machines in Michigan and Georgia. In each of these cases, the most vocal Republican opponents of voting fraud are the ones allegedly tampering with voting equipment. It's no wonder that prosecutors in swing states are trying to make an example of election meddlers as 2024 nears. Luckily, it's easy not to become embroiled in such a scheme. If you encounter a voting machine in any place other than a polling place, like say a hotel room, run. Another comment, it says, the clearest admission the GOP is not only morally bankrupt, they have no ideas, no agenda, focusing on improving the lives of ordinary Americans. The only purpose, wielding power, crushing dissent, and staying in power. Because they've given up on governing, they are more intent on stealing elections than ever. Another one, it says, every accusation that make is a direct confession always. It says, history will tell the truth about the Republican Party. If we survive this, who attends an authoritarian regime movement attempt? Republicans now, these days, they have no integrity. It's all about whatever it takes to win, cheating, lying, manipulation, unpatriotic positions on everything. It's sad, but I think in the end, we're going to Pavel and they will be done. So hopefully have to rebuild the party. One more comment. It says, 30 years ago, I started hearing not every Republican is a racist, but every racist is a Republican. They've been morally bankrupt for decades, hiding under the veneer of Christian values, the depths of deplorability they're willing to sink to should surprise no one. Yeah, I don't know about these comments either. So every Republican is a racist. What did it say?
Dude, this is the... Okay, first you're on Mother Jones, okay? They are so anti-right that they would rather take 4 freaking left turns. I mean, and basically, if you read through their comments on most of their posts, it is literally a conservative hate page, hate group. Now, I do like to read their articles. Obviously, I know about them because obviously I've investigated them. I mean, I actually read articles from them because first you read the article from them and then you go and actually look into what's really going on. Same thing with the crazy conservative pages. You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to like them. But if you read what the issue is, you can then go and look into the issue. The trick is you try to go into it without a bias of your own. It's like, look, one side's saying this, one side's saying this. We know both of them are full of shit. So let's pour some fresh water in it and look on both sides, look around, maybe look into, if you really want to take a piss out of things, take a look at what Sky News Australia says about us. Dude, you don't need comedy anymore. These guys rip on America and American culture so hard.
Yeah, I look at them all the time.
I love them.
Let's do this last one right here. It says, many workers in the United States gave up on the idea of retiring. What kind of cruel country robs workers the ability to retire? Another giant indicator we live in a failed system.
Dude, I'm going to work
Many
till I die.
American workers.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are.
I'm going to drop dead at work. Matter of fact, if I get to doing what I want to and start doing some voice work and things like that, I would be happy to drop dead in a recording studio.
Yeah, man.
Because
I don't know.
I love it. And I'd rather do something and be productive than retire.
Yeah.
Doing nothing to me sounds like an absolute freaking nightmare. I just went through 2 years of it and damn near lost my freaking mind.
Yeah.
We just had retirement. No, 2 years, 6 months into it, I was ready to pull fingernail out if it would get me a job or something to do.
Yeah, but I think that, people should have the choice, though, that people work till they die because they have to, if I think
Actually,
that
they work till they die because they made choices to where they had to. And they made those choices because we weren't taught that we were making those choices. That's the failure of the American system right now. You have a choice, but you're not told that you have that choice when you're in high school before you start figuring out your life and things like that. You don't realize that $500 that you spent on that jacket that you wore 5 times is actually 40 years from now worth $10,000. We're not taught that. We're not taught that getting a cheap apartment for 2 or 3 years and putting that money back to buy a place is going to allow us to own 3 to 5 homes by the time we're 50 or 60 and be out of debt. And not just getting the Social Security that we work for, but the rent from all those properties. We're not taught that. We're not taught how to do that. And that's why America is getting further and further split and divided between rich and poor and haves and have-nots. And the problem is, as people get rich, instead of going, I got 20 million bucks. I got fuck you money. I got 2 houses, 5 cars. Half of my interest alone will give me $120,000 a year, but I need more. That's fuck you money. I don't have to do anything. That's when you take everything that you don't need, make you another building account or something like that. Hire someone to manage it the way you did. Have them make a fortune and then start using that second fortune to pay around. Instead, they make that second fortune and use it to pay off people, to cut off the loopholes and the techniques that they got rich by so no one else can do it.
Yeah.
And they can make more.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you can keep doing it as long as you started before this year.
Mm.
And I'm talking about all these retirement accounts and how they're going in to change them now. So all the people now can't make money the way that these friggin' politicians and businessmen all made that money. They don't want us to be able to do it now.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're stopping them from doing it. No, you're not stopping them from doing it. You're stopping everyone else from doing it too.
Mm-hmm. Let me play this.
Many American workers are giving up on the idea of retirement, and this is a very disturbing trend. So, according to the Employee Benefit Research Institute, around 1/3 of American workers say they have no confidence that they will be able to retire. Man, 1/3 of workers feeling like they will never retire is crazy. An amazing indicator on how broken our system is. Now, this is a textbook example of class struggle. Capitalists have scaled back the victories won by socialists in the labor movement, including your right to retire with dignity and respect, in order to increase their profit. All profit is stolen labor value, by the way. And now the media is trying to gaslight workers by running quote-unquote feel-good stories talking about senior citizens that are forced to go back to work. Hey guys, look, it's Carol, and she is 99 years old, and she still works at Chick-fil-A. Isn't that cool? These goddamn young people can learn something from Carol and her work ethic. Isn't that right? Now compare how we treat our seniors to the rest of the world. In China, the average retirement age is 54. Goddamn Chinese Communist Party forcing workers to retire at a young age. China has set up senior learning centers and other programs in order to help senior citizens thrive in the retirement age. Meanwhile, in America, senior citizens are reduced to saying, "Welcome to Walmart."
All right, comments.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Though senior citizens are like, welcome to Walmart. Why? We're only allowed to work 19 and a half hours a week, or they start reducing our Social Security. Your benefits that you get taxed more if you're working more than 20 hours a week. If you're working 20 hours a week or more and you're a senior citizen. When I say I'm going to die working, one, I'm going to be on a 1099. So that's me, my hours, my choice. If I wasn't doing that, yeah, I would have a host job at a restaurant, like Anthony's mom at Outback. You know, she didn't have to work, but she got her 20 hours in. Why? Because she didn't want to just sit down and do nothing. She didn't have to have that money, but, she chose to do it. Now, people that don't want to do that, that's good for them too. It would be nice if Social Security could pay more, but maybe if all of our politicians stopped using it as a friggin' piggy bank for their pet projects, the compound interest and investments that's behind it would have 300 times or 130 times the amount that it does now.
And let me read some comments. It says, if you didn't save enough money to retire, that's 110% your fault. It's 100% your fault because your responsibility to save for your own retirement and not mooch off of more productive people. And it's an extra 10% your fault for whining on X instead of working.
Oh, bitch, stay in your lane. I'm sorry. We trusted the government. We trusted Social Security that we would have enough money to at least pay, everyone's expected to maybe have a house by then. It's unforeseeable because the whole idea was everybody's got a house, all that. All you have to really pay for is food, maybe electricity, and put some gas in your car. Which, that's not supposed to be a lot. That should only be a few $100s. Medical care insurance is supposed to be less of that. And now medical care insurance is 10%, 15% of your monthly pay if you want to get a program that actually lets you see a doctor. I mean, so he's like, oh, it's not your fault. The government told us they're helping us save. We may not have extra, but we should have enough to freaking live on. And this guy's and not mooch off of more productive people. No part of Social Security is mooching off of anyone.
It's the money you put in.
We paid that money. Our employees match half that money. If you're your own employee, you put all of that money in. You didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
And yet, do we need a 10% boost in that Social Security? Yes. Yes, because of the price of everything going up the way it did. Yes, they do. Where are we going to get it? I don't know. Maybe send less country money to foreign wars, pay back Social Security, build some freaking roads, get a plant and produce an insulin formula from 20 years ago that the patents are gone on and allow it to be distributed as a cheaper insulin. Start a pipeline to one of these foreign countries where they dump the exact same insulin that we put on our shelves at $200 a bottle, but sell for $20 a bottle down there, and then resell it back up here at 40 or 50. They save 150. We make 20, 30. Hell, that could be the way to be the next new millionaire.
Yeah, this guy's a douchebag asshole.
Oh, people like that are not conservative. Yeah, I no. Ultra MAGA Korean on a quest to defeat the world.
The woke.
The woke mind. Okay, I'm beginning to think he's a troll page, and we fell for it.
Could be. Let's read another comment. It says, "This is nonsense. 75% of China is extremely poor. It's only the coastal core of Chinese society that has substantial wealth and that will quickly dwindle over the next few decades due to demographic collapse. There aren't enough young people to support retirees." Hold on. There aren't enough people to support retirees who are living longer. Many companies are relocating out of China, and Chinese citizens are trying to find ways around CCP's capital controls to get their money out. The U.S. has plenty of problems, but solvable problems. The U.S. has low birth rates like China, but steady immigration to make up for that. An authoritarian ethno-state like China will never allow mass immigration. This means that America can keep its welfare state going for longer. Many government policies need to be fixed in the U.S. to bring down artificial high costs, but many Americans make things drastically worse with rampant consumerism. Even rich Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Another one, it says, before capitalism, the concept of retirement didn't even exist. People just worked until they died, which was usually at age 50 if they were lucky. There goes another asshole.
Why is that an asshole?
I mean,
he's not joking. He's not joking. We were serfs. We were serfs. We were servants. We died in the field with no real hope for any kind of innovation or moving up or anything like that. I'm not saying that's like, oh, a great statement of, all wisdom, but yeah, you didn't get a chance to retire when you were old, back when it was feudalism and lordism and all that. You worked till you died.
So what? What does that have to do with today? What is the point of his comment?
What are we talking about? Before capitalism, everyone in this thing is bitching about capitalism, but the concept of retirement didn't really exist before that. That's all he's saying. It's just a statement. You're trying to go against it because it triggered you, because the word capitalism was in it, or it's a positive statement toward capitalism, which you abhor it to all points.
And we wasn't even talking about capitalism. We're talking about retirement.
Right. And what is it? Before capitalism, the concept of retirement didn't exist. That's all he's saying. It is a valid comment in this. You may or may not agree with it. Like I said, you're triggered because of capitalism, it being a positive statement. And that's,
No,
I get it.
I think it's a pointless statement because okay, whatever was happening in the past, that's not what it is now. So it's like, so is he saying
Okay,
people should just
sorry, do
be
you
happy?
realize how many times everything that you build on is based off of what happened in the past? Every argument you make on subjects is based on the way things were in the past.
So
You're not going to, it's a random statement, man, and it is triggering you because it is a pro-capitalism statement. You're using, because the past, it doesn't relevant, it's not relevant, blah, 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 blah. You're using all of that, but the reason is it's a pro-capitalism statement. And it gets under your skin.
That's not true. The capitalism is not even what we're talking about here. So that's not it. It's that he's like, so what is his point of his comment? He's saying that we should be happy to just die, to work till we die. Like,
No,
I mean,
see, now you're reanalyzing the statement to make it more negative because it's a pro-capitalism statement. That's how you do these things, man.
I don't even see how it's a
He's
pro-capitalism
just
statement
saying
either.
the concept of retirement didn't exist until this form of economics. That's all he said. Stop at that. Stop. That's all he said. You are arguing with it because it supports the idea of capitalism, not because of anything else.
Let me read another comment. It
Yeah,
says,
it is a tangent, but it's the guy in the back of the class that, well, he's right, but he's out of context. That's all.
I agree with that part. Let's read this. It says, I bet this is low too. That 1/3 of workers doesn't include all the women who left to take care of babies or other people who currently have a gap in their employment for a variety of reasons. A couple more comments. It says, I know there's no retirement in my future, so I've stopped caring about doing it the right way. Another comment, it says, I'm supposed to be on strike right now. Too many cowards, though. Another comment, it says, well, many Americans don't know the first thing about investing and fiscal responsibility. That's on them. I learned so can anyone else can as well. Well, what if we don't have money to invest, buddy? Another comment, it says, my retirement plan is eating a lead fruit snack from my AR in a few more decades. Oof. That's dark. Another comment, it says, unfortunately, the system is working exactly as intended. We need to start over. Another comment, what is the word you keep using, retire? Another comment, it says, I have no clue how I'll retire unless I end up with millions and millions in my bank account. A couple more comments. It says, the kind of country without a viable left wing fighting for unions and workers. Another one, it says, the majority under end stage capitalism won't get to retire. I know I won't, assuming we're making it through the coming global famine. Two more comments. It says, China's correct because middle age ain't 50, as people don't live to 100 on average. Middle age is more like 35. That's not true. Another comment that says, how much did government rob from their paychecks through their career?
Dixie, enough.
Say, I'm sorry,
Anyways,
we're not even close to in stage capitalism. We're really not.
I got to wrap it. It's almost 4 a.m. now. I tripped out by staying on here this long. I got to be to work in the morning. And I still need to wind down after the show. So I got to go. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. You got any final comments, Doc?
Nah, just, hey, man, if you're out there listening, toss in on some Cash App, hit that notification button. We need to get heard on the algorithm, and the only way to do that is for you to interact with us. That's the best way. If you think we're dumb, tell your friends about us. If you think we're smart, tell your friends about us. It doesn't matter. Just tell your friends about us. We'll make sure to make them happy either way, because sometimes we're dumb and sometimes we're smart.
And the algorithm killed me recently. I did a bunch of shorts. Remember we did that Pfizer video? I did a bunch of shorts from the Pfizer video that we did, and then my views deaded. I got 0 views for like a whole day. Like, I know they buried me because it's not normal for me now. I get views every day all the time now. And after I did those Pfizer videos, I got 0 views for like 24 hours or maybe longer. They fucking shadow banned my ass.
Well, you can't speak against the powers that be. And for all the people that pick up on this after that, now you realize that it really does happen.
Yeah, man.
And
I know.
We weren't really that bad tearing into them, too. We've all learned to back off a little bit.
And it was all factual stuff, you know. And I look at my analytics every day. Like, that's what I look at more on my phone than anything. And so I follow that shit really closely. I can tell that, you know, it wasn't normal, you know. My shit, obviously nobody could see my stuff. I think that's what it was. That's the only thing that could be the case, that I was getting no views. It had to be that no one could see my stuff at all, even in the older videos, because nothing was getting views.
I'm slowly starting to get yours pop up in my feeds, but only when I'm on YouTube.
Yeah, I barely get recommended, you know. The views I get is because
I never see you on Facebook in Reels.
Yeah. Well, I don't have any reels on Facebook, so that's why.
Do them on Facebook too. I mean, if you're going to get banned, might as well get banned everywhere.
Yeah, I just wasn't getting much. It's a lot of extra work, and I wasn't getting much return on Facebook. So all I post on there is the streams. I don't do any videos on there anymore because nobody was watching them.
Well, lots of people are watching the Reels.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, Reels are becoming the most popular part of Meta right now.
Yeah, well, it's working all the way across the board because I get all my views on YouTube from the Reels. So I don't even bother to do editing anymore because it doesn't pay. I can do the Reels from my phone. It's real easy and fast. I play the game and I do the quick Reels while I'm playing the game. It's real easy. Before I used to have to actually edit and spend time on it, but now whatever.
What's your total hours viewed right now?
Hold on, I can look at it. 78.6K. No, that's views. Watch time 434. So 434 hours.
We got a long way to go. Okay.
Yeah. That's because it's the Reels, and the Reels don't give me that much watch time because it's
but because they're watching the Reels, I'm sorry. A minute here, a minute there, it adds up when you're trying to get 1,000 hours.
Yeah,
Is that what we're looking for?
I think that's what it is. Hold on, let me see.
It's 500 subscribers and I think 1,000 hours of watch time.
It's 3,000 hours of watch time.
Okay, so that's our goal.
Wait,
1,000.
1,000.
You
It's
want
1,000
500?
for one group and 3,000 for the other one. So yeah, you was right. 1,000 for
So
one of them.
we're looking for 1,000 subscribers, and we're looking for 3,000 hours of watch time.
Yeah.
Keep those in mind. Do a counter if you want to on your live shows. Once a week, do a counter. And we can let people know how close we're getting. And once we get up to about 2,500 hours, we all need to start watching our language. And I'm going to be pulling my camera off a lot more, like if I'm lighting a cigarette and stuff like that, because that will start affecting things. We need to practice being right for a little bit.
Yeah. All right, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm out. Peace.